Hello. Welcome to Stream 113. Passwords, the good, the bad, and the ugly. So I'm working on rejecting bad passwords, bad login attempts, bad player names today. So this is for a game that I'm building. It's let's see, how should I put it? It's my first attempt to make a game, but it's not the first iteration of my attempt. I've been wanting to make a game for a long time that is reminiscent of the old Ultima series. And I decided to make it a multiplayer game this time around and leverage some of the work that I've been doing on Twitch to make my own web server. So I'm making a web-based game. It's going to be retro 2D pixel art with a lot of different activities, I hope. The major systems of the game are a lot, and right now I'm focused mostly on the back end. So I've done the first few subsystems. So for example, I have a cluster of servers on the back end, and I have a couple different clients on the front end. And we can connect to the servers and reconfigure them, but there's no game yet. So before I get there, I need to have a solid foundation which I can put onto the cloud to let my viewers try out and give me feedback about. It has to be pretty secure, so one of the topics is security, and I'm working on that today. Yesterday I worked on adding reCAPTCHA to the account registration screen so that when you create an account, you have to prove that you are not a robot. Because I fear someone scripting automated generation of fake accounts, and I want to kind of discourage that. So today I'm working on making it so that you have to pick a good password, because that's always a nice thing to ensure that your users don't enter empty strings or hunter2 or 12345 for their password. So I try to put a plan together each day, and I also have a Trello now. On both, you can see what I plan to do today. Working on rejecting bad passwords, I'm going to try to leverage an open source library I found the other day, which will calculate the password strength. And we can then play around with rejecting bad ones. So I also want to figure out what to do when there are multiple bad login attempts, like cooldown or timeout or lock the account or something. Hey there, Rally Monkey. Hope you're feeling better. And if I get to it, I think I want to just automatically have a blacklist or ban certain account names. And yeah, that's the plan for today. I did some other stuff since the end of last stream. Just background stuff that I felt like doing. So for example, allowing players to register email address. That wasn't in there. That was really easy to add, so I went ahead and added it. So now when you register, you can enter an email address. Here's the CAPTCHA we did yesterday, by the way. And let's see, what else did I do? I made it so that we clear the reCAPTCHA value. So right here, you can see, if I clear that, you can see if I prove that I'm not a robot, we get a reCAPTCHA value, which we would be sending to the server. But if I hit cancel, we want it to go back to null and not try to reuse the same reCAPTCHA. So I did that yesterday post-stream as well. I also changed the admin console a bit so that now we have two different things we can use for configuration, and if I want, I can forget the current configuration, and it kind of goes back to the initial state where you have to tell it where the servers are. And there's a box here where I can update the configuration, which I might do if I need to make a drastic change that isn't just adding or removing one server. Or if I want to change other settings, like timeout values. I also removed the main port from the design, although I didn't update the design document. So it shows here a third one that says a well-known port. So I'm going to get rid of that. It doesn't really make sense when each of these servers might be on a different IP address, because we don't know which server is going to be the leader anyway. So it doesn't make much sense to have a designated well-known port or even host name for any of the servers. But what I decided to do instead is sort of baked into the client will be either the names and port numbers of the servers, or a reference to something like an S3 bucket where we can fetch the current list of servers and port numbers, which is, so the latter is probably what I'm going to do, so that the configuration and arrangement and names and ports of the servers can be pretty fluid, and clients don't need to always be updated. They can just look to a registry of sorts, kind of like DNS, only for us. Oh, I also fixed this issue we had where if the leader crashes and the orchestrator downgrades the version of the leader, the new leader isn't told about it, so it doesn't end up changing the configuration. So I fixed that by sort of I overhauled and combined where is it? The reporting of the versions and host names. So I should actually set that up to show something. So let's do something like make a package and deploy it as version 1.0.0 using my little Python-based deployment tool. So here we have a version and we have a chart of the servers and what version they're running. If we open up the debug tool and show this, it shows up here under versions. Now, instead of, in addition to a version array showing, which is, it's always going to collapse this because of the way the debug tools work. But anyway, actually, I think I can do it this way. Hold on. If I inspect that and I do r.state.versions, here we go. So there is, for every host, there's the versions that the orchestrator on that host has, and also the launch version. So for each version, what version it launched, empty string is the default. So that information is now combined so that every server knows it, and then the server that becomes leader just automatically will check that the versions match the ones in the config file, and if they don't, it just updates the config file. So that's pretty much what I did last night. So I'm going to take all those and archive them. Yes, archive. And then what we did yesterday was doing the CAPTCHA stuff. We're going to archive that as well. Working on bad passwords today. So, oh, wait a minute. No, not this one. I wanted to, actually, no, maybe that is the right one. Yeah, okay. This library, we kind of want to pull this down. So let's take a look at that library. Git clone. This much of it I want. So git at and then paste. With a colon here. There we go. Okay, let's take a look at that. ZXCVBN-C. I have no idea what it stands for. MIT license, yay. Thank you, Tony Evans. README. C++ implementation of the ZXCVBN password strength estimation. So it's intended to be included as part. So it's pretty lax in how you build it. It talks about changing code names and stuff. So it only comes with a make file, so it doesn't really help us that much. Although I can see what kind of custom flags they might have used to compile. So they have some dictionary files. I wonder how they use those. They use some kind of dictionary generator. I wonder if we need to run that one. Maybe we should just run that one offline first. Okay, so there's a dictionary generator program, and we're going to want to run that on the dictionary files to generate a header. Looks like we're running it twice. Once to generate, I'm guessing to generate the dictionary, and the other one to generate the the digest or CRC of the dictionary. I'm not quite sure. It really it looks like we're running it twice, doesn't it? Looks like they just have different variants here. They have an inline. Inline pick, what is that? Inline pick depends on these. Oh, pick is position independent code. So what's pulling in this one then? Test inline. All right. So let's see if we can build first the dictionary generator. That just depends on dict generate, and it's just building it as C++11. Okay, so I'm going to attempt to make a CMake list file here. And we'll pull it in from our main one. ZXCVBN-C, right? Did I get that right? Yay. Okay. So, rather than coming up with this from scratch, I'm just going to shamelessly copy another libraries. CMake lists. Change the copyright date. Change it to ZXCVBN. And we're going to clear this out for now. Don't depend on anything. We don't have any tests. All right, so we want to make the generator, right? Let's pin that. And pin their makefile. The dictgen. Add executable? I can't remember. Can never remember this stuff. Add executable. Dictgen. And we'll just do it this way. Let's see if that's sufficient. So build that. No sources given. No sources given. I just gave it a source. Oh, this one. Let's comment this out for now. Okay, got lots of warnings. We're gonna want to ignore those warnings because their code is ugly, I'm sure. Let's see what problems the guy's code has. Oh yeah, look at that. Sloppy. Return is returning a size t as an unsigned int. It'll be loss of. It won't work on a 32-bit machine for larger than 4 gig files, right? Yeah, they're kind of pedantic, these warnings. Oops. I lost the errors because shoot. I told it to build again. It doesn't need to build them, so it lost all the warnings. Oh well. Anyway, I'm going to ignore the warnings from that module anyway. All right, well, we should have a program now. Let's see. Yes, dictgen. All right, so it looks like it's meant to be chained. Let's see. Okay, let's run it the way they run it. So dict-gen -o, and then we'll pull from its source files, dict source.h, and then again they want me to run it to make the crc.h. Oh wait, I shouldn't have done that. I don't want to generate files in the source folder. Let's run that again, but remove this. Actually, I wonder if it's... Oh, it needs the words. Shoot. So words was what? All of these. Do I really want to type all that? Alright. Maybe I do. So words, eng. Well, let's just do it with one. See what we get. And then I need to delete the... Oh, that takes a long time. Is that actually doing anything? I guess it is. It's using one of my CPU cores. I guess it just takes a long time to run. Good thing I'm running it now. I want to run it with the full words list. I'll probably only one. If this takes so long to run, I'll probably only want to run it once and check in the words. Let me clean up the file that I accidentally made. Did it not make the file? Or dict source. Oh, maybe dict source.h is already checked in. No? How come it's interesting? Oh, maybe they have an ignore file. Ah, look at that. Yeah, we don't want that. Yeah, they assume we're gonna just dump out build files in the same source folder. I think what I'll do is I'll blow away that git ignore file. There we go. So I'll remove the dict source because it shouldn't have been there. There we go. And while I'm at it, I'm going to really should just fork this into GitHub, shouldn't I? So let me go onto GitHub and fork that. Do this off screen because I'm pretty sure GitHub shows personal info. Let's go visit that repository. tsyROG git zxcvbn-c. Okay, and I'm going to fork it. It's been forked 20 times already. I'm forking it myself. It says it should only take a few seconds. Okay, there we go. So now I can update the remote. Set URL origin. Git at github.com Raimu 854 xcvbn-c. Already up to date, sure. Okay, now this is one thing I do when I'm modifying code that's not mine. I will check out -b vendor and push that, and that represents the original, so to speak, or my upstream. So git push set upstream origin vendor. Wonder why it took so long. All I did was make a remote branch. So check out master. So master will be for me. And we'll go ahead and we'll check in that first change, which was to strike out the GitHub and add a seam. Well, not done yet. So remove git ignore. What do I say? The plan is to not sully the source folder with build artifacts. But so a git ignore is unnecessary. We're clean builders of C code and C++ code here. So there's my first modification. All right, so did this ever finish? Okay, it did. It took a really long time though. Let's see, what did I actually get out of that? I got a 2 megabyte file, header file. So I kind of want to run this once, don't I? And then just check it in, right? Or actually, I guess it doesn't matter. No, it does, because I do frequently rebuild the source from scratch. So what I can do is I can make a pre-built repo. Let me think about this. I don't want to make a repository that's in the build folder, but I can make another repository that is like a pre-build of all these headers, and then we can just make build steps to copy them. Actually, what we can do is we can make build steps that rebuild them if they're different. Or if they're, no, not if they're different. We really don't know if they're different or not. Maybe make it an option in CMake. So we can like rebuild them. Not sure. Not sure what I want to do here. For now, let's just make steps to build them in CMake, even though it's going to take a really long time. Okay, so I'm going to try to remember how this is done. I might have to look at cheat sheets and stuff. So we need to make a custom target for those files, right? So I don't think I have anything in Excalibur to look at as a reference, so I'm going to look at some really old project stuff. And then I know I had custom junk here. I don't need to build it. Where was somewhere I had custom build steps? Maybe in the client. This is the old iteration of my game where it's single player, and I'm going to cannibalize it for its makefile, I think. See, I had some custom. Here we go. This is how you do a custom target. No, this is a post build step. I don't want a post build step. What I want is a rule to make a header file. Well, I think I had that in my old game engine. I had a rule to make as an assets zip file. Here we go. Oh, it's still a post build step. Okay, that's not good. I don't want a post build step. I want to actually build a target file. Where would I have used that? Trying to think here. I made this game of life. Did I have to do anything there? Maybe this stuff. add custom command outputting a file, and then that file can be a target of another command. I think that's what I did. And I did that for a Mac build because we're building a zip file that has to be put into the package as a XC assets dependency. What is this right here? Okay, that's to run a... What is this? Install... Oh, it's an installation step to run a Python script. Okay, never mind. I think I want something like this then. So, it would be something like this. Add a custom command to output. I need to give this a path, don't I? I don't want to put it in current source directory. I want to put it in current output directory. Is that right? CMake current output binary directory. That's what it is. This one. Let's just make a name for that. So this thing that we're building, let me make sure I need to build this. So if we just wanted the library, which I guess we want the static link library, right? We don't want the test one. Shoot, where is it? Ah, yes, we want this. That is built from inline. Inline is built from C file. Okay, yeah, we need the dict source. We don't need the CRC one. Where's the CRC one used? In file, which is used where? In test? All right, so we just need the source, this dict source. So here's the command. It's -o and then that and then the word. So dict source.h. So set Can I use dashes in names? I don't know if I can. Let's see if I can. Binary dir / dict source.h, and then we'll add a custom command output that, and it will be to run that from the binary dir. Actually, so let's just put it directly in here. So we're going to run the binary dict gen. And I need to make I need to make sure that build tool exists first before I can run it. Anyway, it's going to be -o dict source and then words. All right, so words. And here I have to do the source directory thing. I think. All right, what are the words files? Words English, I guess. Guess that's what that means. female, male. Password. Surname. TV film, okay. So putting that all into the words variable and then passing that to this dictionary generator. Let me make sure I know how to set dependencies. I don't want that command to run until after the other tool has been made. I don't want to look at bullet stuff. A lot of bullet stuff. I wonder if it just knows that one's a dependency of the other. I guess we can just try it out. So that should be enough to build that dictionary file, right? Let me blow away the tool and make sure it builds it correctly. So now when I hit build, it makes a dictionary generator. Oh, but nothing needs, right, nothing needs the source, so it's not going to use the dictionary generator. So let's continue. I have to make the actual tool, or the library. So the library is that. It's built from that. Which depends, it probably does a pound include. So there are a couple things I need, right? I need to build that. So re-enable this. And the sources is that. .c, I presume. No. Actually, I guess it's auto-generated because I don't see it there. How do we make it? Oh, it's just a naming convention thing, so it's really built from this. Got it. How did I end up here? I don't need that. So we just need that, and then headers. This one we start with. And then the other one is this one. Let's see what that does. Failed to build this because it didn't have the actual program yet. So I need to figure out how to set up a dependency here. It needs to actually build dictionary generator first. Or I can use it. Maybe it's this depends thing. What if I do that? What did it make anything? Oh, it did. Delete dict gen.star. All right, let's try again. Okay, made. What is it making? I can't see. Close that. Actually, I think it made the dictionary generator and it's running the other command. which is probably going to take forever. But it should only run it once, right? Because after it makes it, it will output the source folders, or the header, the huge header file, and then it shouldn't have to do it again. Oh, I know. We should add to this depends. We should add the words so that it builds it whenever the words are changed. Okay. Should I just let that run? It should be building the file. Where will it build it though? Should build it in that same. I guess the tool is running. I guess I can look and check. I don't see it running. Oh, here it is. It is running. Let's look at its peek at its command line. Yeah, that would be what? This right here. Dickgen. Okay, looks like been given the past all the dictionary files. I'm gonna output it to the build folder. Looks like it's running. I don't know how long it takes. I wonder if it would make sense to try to figure out how to make that an optimized build so it just runs faster. Actually, never considered doing that. What would that entail? Let's see. CMake turn on optimization for one target. Common list of CMake anti-patterns. Here we go. Target compile options, your target private, and then using some ugly looking generators, use the release flags for the compiler. Be conflicting. Another way to do this is to build your target as an external project. Reset the build mode of the external. Okay, that's sort of ugly. I don't even know how to do that really. I just know the conceptual thing is you would have CMake launch another build system. Yeah, I don't want to do that. Maybe I'll just live with it. Done yet? Still running? Well, maybe while that's running, I'll go and do what would be the next thing here? I think that's it. It's just going to make a library out of the source, presumably. Well, I guess we'll see if it builds it correctly. This line here, it should make a zxcvbn.lib. Oh, we'll want to use it and link with it. So while that's building, let's just try to figure out how to use it. Back to the README, I guess. Building, sure. Using initially call init with the path name of the dictionary file. This could be omitted when the dictionary data, so I can omit it because I do want to just include it. Yeah, how do we actually? I should look back and see this. See if I'm building it correctly. Right, so that's what we're doing. We're including the dictionary with the executable. So if I wanted to pull it from a file, I'd have to add that symbol, preprocessor symbol. And yeah, then we compute the CRC instead. Got it. Okay. So we do a init, and then we call match with the password and optional dictionary. Do this for each password. So yeah, What does it tell us, though? Review the test program and see test.c for an example. Let's review this. So here are some example. No, this is a user-provided dictionary. Okay. What's the example do? What is this? Oh, it got further. Okay, I have a problem with my next step. You can't find the header file. Can't find. Oh, I think I know why. I didn't tell it where to search for header files. So that would be not include, but dot. So build that again. It shouldn't build the other. Gosh, I hope it doesn't regenerate the. Okay, there. It didn't regenerate it. Can't find. Oh, they're using pre-compiled headers. I'm gonna have to fix that. Standard AFX. What? Pre-compiled headers? They don't let me turn it off? Okay, well, bye-bye. Nice seeing you, pre-compiled header crap. Can't find dictionary source. Oh, because that's in the build directory. So that's a private include. So what we'll do is we'll have it say private. And we'll let it look at the current binary directory for the auto-generated header. There we go. Linking. We got a bunch of compiler warnings. Again, it's probably just because he's sloppy. Let's see. What type is that? What is leet care? It's an array. And P is a... Okay. What kind of array? An array of uint8s. Oh, he's taking the difference between two addresses and storing it as an int. Okay, that's actually a very severe bug. You never want to do that. You always want to do int ptrt. Well, actually, I guess int is okay if the addresses are close enough. But that'll get rid of the warning. What do you use IA for? Use it to index the array. Again, why are you doing this? It's a pound define. This should be... Yeah, this is a difference between pointers, isn't it? Yeah, why unsigned int? You know what I can do instead of just... I could just leave the stupid warnings in there. I'll just leave them in there. They're not... Why should I be cleaning up this guy's code? I just need to make sure there's no security problems. So that's probably okay because these addresses are close enough so it's not going to be out of range. This one is probably safe as long as Q is greater than that. It won't underflow. Actually, I think all of these are okay. It's only a problem if we go past 2 to the 32 in size, which we never will. You know, I just don't like this sloppiness. String length returns a size t. It doesn't return an int. Anyway, it built. That's the important thing. So I should be able to use it. Well, how do we want to test it out? Make a little test program. Let's make a little test program. We will make up just a program right here. A test program. Okay, this is temporary. Test program for playing around with XCZ. I just realized something. ZXCVBN is like QWERTY, but it's the bottom row. I wonder if that's why they picked the name. That's sort of a silly reason. Although maybe it's a clever play on the fact that people use QWERTY for passwords, and that's a bad password. Is this one of your guys' passwords? Anybody? You? Is that your password? Don't use that password. Anyway, we're going to add a executable. Let's call it Bob. It will depend on bob.cpp. And then target link libraries for Bob will be zxcvbn. So let's make a bob.cpp. At the global scope. Bob.cpp. There we go. So bob.cpp. Include iostream. No, I actually like standard io.h better. All right, and then we're going to include the zxcvbn.h. And int. Actually, let's also include standard def. All right, int main. I'm trying to get better posture, so I'm adjusting my mic to make me sit up straight. Okay, int argc char argv array. And then we're gonna always return exit success. Okay, but first, well, let's just, oh, is that not in standard def? Forgetting which header it's in. Wherever exit's defined. Standard lib. All right. Hello, world. There's the stereotypical Hello World program, just to make sure my build system's right, and then we can link with the library. Okay, so far so good. So I can actually play with it here if I wanted. Bob. Hello world. Okay. Let's say string. Hold on. There was a trick that I used to read in lines of code. Where did I put that? Did I put that in the other project? Don't need this anymore. Let's open Excalibur. I had like a get s that I was playing around with. I thought it was get s. Make that whole word, will ya? Maybe it was get line. Ah, here we go. Is this it? Maybe it was in this project. No? Someone was teaching me a better way to do it where we didn't have to do this EOF or fail. Trying to remember which project it was. My memory's pretty poor, turns out. I don't remember. I guess I can just do it this way, right? Oh, wait. Now I'm starting to remember. It had to do with reading files. Maybe it was in the journal. Oh, no, it was in the journal, and then I threw away that code and ended up using my wrapper anyway. Okay, well, I'll just do this. This thing. So I will not use, well, I will use standard get lines where. VPP, please. String, okay. But we will use standard a C in, right? So you know, this was reading from a file. I don't want that. Oh no, I could use that. Okay, so IOStream. So it's infinite loop. I guess we don't need to use standard IO after all. Goodbye, standard IO. Enter a password to test. And then standard string password, and then we're going to do this thingy. If it's empty, we'll break. Let's just try this out. You entered password. Password to test. Hunter2. You entered Hunter2. Enter. Done. Okay. Cool. So now let's run it through the algorithm. Let's look at their README file, which I already closed. I'll have to open it again. Okay, I'm supposed to call init, so let's do that. What's S? Oh, we don't, okay, we should call it anyway just in case we happen to be linked with the one that has a dictionary separately, right? Is that what they say in the README? This can be omitted when it's included. Well, Oh, with the path. Okay, so we actually don't need to call it. We just need to call this, right? We don't need to do that at all. We're just calling this. Okay, we get a password string out. We give it a password as a C string. So I do password C string, and then there's a dictionary and info. May be null or point to an empty array when there are no user dictionary words. Okay, the other two can be null then. I'm presuming it is C, so I do want a capital null. C++ will be null PTR, right? So const auto score. Score was score. All right, let's try it out. All right, here we go. Hunter2, 11.3794, and then let's pick a nice one. What was it? The one from XKCD. Anybody remember that? Battery horse staple? Battery horse staple, right? This one's supposed to be a very strong one. Correct horse battery staple. That score is 47.9828. All right, what about the bad one? It also scores pretty high. Well, I guess it doesn't pass the XKCD test. Yeah, so correct horse battery staple got a score of almost 50. No, you got it. That was the password, right? Oh, you had the horse and battery backwards. I got it. So what is correct? Battery horse staple is exactly the same score. How about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5? So it looks like the strength is a large number if it's a good password, a low number if it's a poor password. Looks like 1 is the lowest you can get. Actually, I should try empty string to see. Let's put it at the end. So we can score empty string just to see what it is. Empty string is 0. Single character is better than some letters are better than others. Looks like A is. How about Adam13531? Decent. Raimu's better than Adam as far as the password is concerned. Probably because it's got an extra letter. I know, what if I omit a letter and then add a number at the end? Huh. I wonder if it's because Adam is in the dictionary of male names. Okay, what else should we test it with? There. What was Hunter 2's score again? It was pretty low. So we have to decide on a threshold, I suppose. Let's go. Pretty low. Rally Monkey 911. It's okay. Yeah, the number makes it better. It looks to me like a threshold of about 20. Anything higher than 20 is probably good, right? Because all the horrible passwords were way under 20. I'm trying to think of how would I make one that's not good but also not bad. Maybe Hunter 85. Hunter 2. Yeah, see, those don't score very high. Let's just do random characters. That scores really well. Okay, QWERTY. So those ones score poorly. That one scores even less. Interesting. Huh. I'm getting a phone call. I'm trying to decide if I want to answer it. I think I know what it's about. So it's going to be voicemail. All right, what should I try? How about a buff seagull? That's actually a pretty decent password. Yeah, I know about the FMT library. I'm just being lazy. I looked into that library and it looks pretty cool. It's what would be even better if we could have something, if we could have what we have in JavaScript or in Python 3.6, right, with the F strings. That would be even nicer. Yeah, this is just something that quick and dirty test it. So buff seagull's a pretty scores pretty well. What's a short thing that might look good as a password? Okay, yeah, those all score low. Oh, see, that wouldn't, if I had set my threshold to 20, that would have passed. Right? Maybe we want to set the threshold higher than 20. So what's one that someone would have trouble with that I tried? Something that was slightly above 20. Rally Monkey or Adam13531 would score too low. So let's say we wanted to use Adam13531 and said that password's not strong enough. So someone might do what? Do something like that. It only slightly improves it. Okay, there, just removing the A made it stronger because it's no longer found in the dictionary as Adam. Okay, so maybe what I'll do is I'll set a threshold to something like 25. What if I do that? Okay, maybe 30. Maybe 30 is a good threshold. Yeah. Let's rearrange it. Nope, didn't work. So I'm liking this library because it's pretty smart. I think it knows either that it knows that we rearranged it backwards, or Mata is also a word in the dictionary. Okay, what if we put the number first? You see, it still doesn't score very high, but I bet you if I struck the A out, yeah, see, it scores slightly higher. What if I also make it not repeat? And it scores slightly higher. So it's kind of like repetitions, I think, also. So I think I will go with this and set a threshold to 30. So if the password scores lower than 30, then we'll reject it saying, well, sorry, that password's not strong enough. All right, let's do that. That was fun. So let's do this for real. Using Google Test in a moment, I'm just going to check this voicemail I got. Yep. I know what it is. It's the school calling to say my sick son didn't show up for school today. Of course, he's still here. He's sick. All right. Yeah, I got two family members ill with fever and cold today. I'm hoping I do not get it. All right, so we're going to add a unit test. The component that deals with passwords is the coordinator right now, so we're going to add a new test. I'll say disallow weak passwords on registration, and what do we do if they reset their password and it's weak? Do we let them retry with a different password? I think we should. So disallow weak passwords on reset. Yeah, I hope they feel better soon as well. Sorry, I should have said that first. That should be more important to me than me not getting sick. I guess I'm just too damn selfish. Okay, okay, we're gonna do this one first. So I'm gonna take a test case where we actually registered. This one. Oh, and I made a helper for this, didn't I? Simulate CAPTCHA success. Oh, wait a minute. Was that it? Oh, this is simulating from Google. This is simulating that Google says it's okay. All right, okay. We're going to do that in this test. I don't need to do all of the, all of this. Okay, so that's part of the arrange. No? Okay, I think I know what I want to do. I want to have this in a loop with a bunch of bad passwords, but some strong passwords. So we'll make a table. Struct. We'll call it test vectors. Well, it doesn't need to be capitalized. Actually, I want to make a vector out of it, don't I? So we need to name it. Because I'm going to have a const static. The static const static. Vector of them. That's singular. Okay, so it's going to be string password and expected strong and Hunter 2, false. Let me verify that that syntax is okay. Why it's taking so long to link this? Is it the first, because it's the first link of the day for that program? 15 seconds? Okay. All right, so we're going to have bad password examples, and then we'll have some good ones. And I'm just going to totally steal from what we had here. So above 30, right? Above Seagull. It's a good password. And what else? I'm a good password, apparently. I want to avoid putting actual passwords in here by mistake. Okay, so all single letter ones are bad. So is an empty string. Let's put that one first. So all the bad ones. X, password, password, all false. And of course, correct battery horse staple was a good password, right? What was the score of that one? 47.9. It's very good. So was this one. All right, anyway. Now we're going to have a loop. And we're going to do that. Actually, I wonder if I need to have a new player connection for each try. I probably should. What does that connection do? Does it add it somewhere? I don't... Let's see. How is the score calculated? I'm actually not sure. We can look at the README file. I didn't write this, so I'm just leveraging someone else's library. So it's really ported from this one. So let's look at that. But low budget password strength estimator. Okay. Through pattern matching and conservative estimation, it recognizes common passwords, common names, popular words, television, movie, common patterns like dates, repeats, sequences, keyboard patterns, and leet speak. Passphrases are rated highly given enough uncommon words. Keyword patterns are ranked based on length and number of turns. Capitalization adds more complexity when it's unpredictable. So they have, looks like they have a paper and presentation about this. Actually, they have used Troubadour. Yeah, actually, I'm curious. Do they say what the what the scores mean? Oh, let's try it. Let's try it interactively. So, I typed it. Hold on. Let's put it in our clipboard. Where was it? Troubadour. This is supposed to be a bad password, but it was scoring pretty high. Actually giving a lot of information about it. So I wonder if there's more than just a score that I can get out. So this gives it in terms of a 2 out of 4. Correct battery horse staple. 4 out of 4. Yeah, I don't know enough about this technology. Like, if to say if what they were describing there is entropy analysis or not, I would guess it is. Because they use things in here, right? Keyboard patterns, ranking them higher, like pattern matching. The more patterns there are, the less entropy it has, right? It's not really? Okay. Hmm. So what I'm using is this one. Let's see what it says about the scoring. Dijkstra's pass searching is used to combine parts of the entered password. Password. I guess we can look at the code to see what it says about the return value. Returns the entropy of the password in bits. Okay. Okay, so we can actually pass something in to get more information if we wanted. Wait a minute. Why is it talking? Why is it talking about match? Parts of the password. So it analyzes parts of the password. Interesting. Good entropy? Yeah, so how many bits is good, though? I guess I can just do a search for that. Or I can go back. Actually, I can go back to this and see, did it... that interactive one. Very common password. Really? Do a lot of people use Hunter too? Troubadour, right? It's an interesting statistics it gives for it. Wait a minute. The scores that this one was giving were very close for those two, right? 47 and 46. But this one was scoring either 2 out of 4 or 4 out of 4. Yeah, it's a total meme. That's fine. Hunter 2, know your meme. There you go. It was an IRC thing. I guess it actually happened. Let's see. Oh, right. I was gonna search password entropy in bits. Entropy is a measure of password strength. Okay, so I just get to pick the number of bits of entropy. Maybe I'll just make it configurable. Yeah, okay. We'll just make it configurable. So what I was looking here is, should I make a new connection for each password attempt? I think the answer is yes, because it'll just make a new mock connection each time, and then when we release it, it gets closed. So we should be good. Let's try it out. So I would move the connection into the loop. Send the message, so the problem is this. I don't want to register the same username each time. We need a different one each time. So I'm just gonna I'll add the password to the name. As horrible as that sounds. Actually, it's probably better to do it this way, right? And then that goes here. So I made CAPTCHA success, but actually it won't. I actually don't need to do that. We want to see whether or not it actually sends a CAPTCHA request at all. We should only send a CAPTCHA request if the password is okay, right? Yeah, then they don't have to keep saying that they're not a robot. They can keep retrying with it until the token expires. So I will not do that. Instead, we'll check to see if a CAPTCHA request was sent out. Right? So how did I do that? Did that yesterday. I already forget how I did it. It wasn't changed profile. Okay, I don't remember where it was. Is it here? Ah, yes, send requests. Right, so what we can do is we can say if test vector dot IntelliSense, wake up. It is not expected strong. Otherwise, I'll do something else, right? So if it's a strong password, we expect it to do a CAPTCHA request, so then we'll simulate IntelliSense is screwing up again. It might be because I have a syntax error here. That's entirely possible. So if it's not strong, we'll expect that one is not sent out. And I'll have to clear that. Is that what this does? It does not. Actually, we can release it once we call the completion delegate, right? So I can do that. Let's do it here. Clear. Clear. And then actually we can just say true that it's empty. And then not only is it it should not send a CAPTCHA message, it should send a bad password response of a certain kind, right? One of these. And to make sure it gets there, we'll tell the player's WebSocket. This thing. We'll ask for its connection to run a loop so that it receives the message back. And I don't want bad password. I guess maybe... Well, I guess I could put bad password in there for now. I eventually want to make this more, elaborate more on the problem. We'll do that for starters, though. All right, so that should build, right? Oh, I should configure the required password strength in the configuration. So where would we put it? Global variable again? Password minimum strength? Entropy bits? Let's just make it a generic word. 30, right? Alright, so that should fail. It should accept all the passwords, right? Uh-oh. Dog barking, hold on. She hasn't done that in a while. Someone's walking their dog outside and she's like, I want to talk to that dog. Okay. I didn't want to put a cert here because it would just stop the test early. I think what I will do... Yeah, I guess it's okay to just do that even if we weren't expecting it, right? Hold on, let me check. No, it's not safe. Okay. I know what I can do. If it's not empty, proceed. Because I don't want it to fail the test. And where all these places where it fails, I kind of want to print out which password. So there it might fail. And there it might fail. And there. Okay. This one was called Disallow Weak Passwords. So let's find it. Disallow weak passwords on registration. Yeah, there are 2 of them. Okay. Yeah, I think it's going to fail all of the passwords, right? All of them will fail. No, it's failing all the bad ones, right? Hold on, no. It doesn't matter. It should fail all of them. No, the good ones it should pass. Right. It should allow all of them. So it should fail all the bad passwords. So it's failing this one because I didn't reset that number correctly. Send request context is wrong. I need to reset it. Oh, because it's, okay, yeah, I understand now. So it should really do this at the end of the loop. Hey there, Romania. Going okay. Got some cold running through the house right now, so 2 out of 5 people are out of commission. I'm working today on rejecting bad passwords, so we're using a library to calculate. It's a low budget library, but just a quick calculation of the entropy in bits of passwords, and we're going to try to forbid ones that are under 30 bits of entropy. So right now it's letting all the passwords through because we are not using the password strength algorithm at all. So you're sick too? Oh no. Were you the one that was sick yesterday? Yeah, I'm sorry to hear that. I hope you get better soon. So here's the test is in place for new account registration. So we just need to put the algorithm in place. So I will need to include it as a dependency. I didn't realize until like this morning while I was streaming that is QWERTY, but on the bottom row of your keyboard. You have to be in shape for exams. Well, hopefully you'll get better before your exams. All right, so we're pulling in that as a dependency. And then it's on a register. We do this, right? And we can do it here before it even gets forwarded because we're checking their CAPTCHA. But so before we actually send the CAPTCHA, we need to see if we need to reject it out of hand. So we'll do it here. We have password, right? Actually, we don't even look at password yet, but it will be there. So we can say const string password is message password. And here we will calculate the strength of it. So copying from Bob, our little test program. Just do that. Oh, I need to include their header. Okay, so we will now check the score. If the score is less than the minimum entropy, which is it's a context engine. And come on, IntelliSense. What if let me just do a quick reload. I hope I don't have to blow away the build folder because it took a long time to build the dictionary for this password estimator. It took like a good 15 minutes. Oh, I never did check in that. Oh, maybe while it's doing that, I'll check it in. So I added a CMake list and I removed their silly requirement for a precompiled header. Remove requirement that Windows build have a pre-compiled header. And then we are going to add I think this was good. So just check it in. Push that. Oh, you got the head first design patterns? Cool. Yeah, head first design patterns, for those who don't know, it's sort of a same as the Gang of Four book, the design patterns book, which is really old, but a good book still. But the head first design patterns is more for like if you learn better visually and if you have a short attention span, it's really good. The original Gang of Four book, the design patterns book, it's nice, but it's kind of dry and it's hard to read cover to cover. Actually, you're not supposed to read it from cover to cover. You're supposed to look up individual patterns as you need to know about them. All right, so enough of talking about design patterns. Let's see if this worked. It comes back. It comes back sometimes when I reload. Let's see, it's cached configuration, and we're going to pull from... Actually, I need to copy it into the real configuration, don't I? Strength. Password minimum strength. Actually, while I'm here, let's put that in the real configuration. Password minimum strength is going to be 30 bits of entropy. All right, so if it's less than, we're going to reject it. This way is how we will reject it right now. So we won't waste the CAPTCHA token. We'll let them change pick a better password. I could even improve on this further by also doing it on the client end so they can, like, in real time see the strength. But I think for now I'm just going to settle with I'll just go with the doing it on the server side. It was cheaper? Really? The Gang of Four book? You couldn't find that used? I know I have a copy somewhere. I just don't know where it is. Ambiguous? Yes, it is, because we need to tell it that we want to interpret the JSON value as a double. All right. Linking, okay. Find the test. Hey, it passes now. So let's do the same thing for password reset. So we can take the same test vectors, but the procedure is going to be a bit different, right? Because we require a token. Okay, this one. So they will. Oh wait a minute, no, we need to get the password. Okay, they need to be in the database first, right? So but they need to be here. Let's form the name first. Username. So we had an empty record, and we have to get the token out. We have to basically put a token in there. So one of these tests did that. I guess that's what this is. Set password reset token. Right? Oh, they have to request it. Okay, I actually don't need all of this, do I? It just needs to be in there. So, oh, wait a minute. We're already making a record. So, player record. Player record dot. All right. It's no, it's password reset token. It's right there. Why did I put that there and not in auth? Should probably move that into auth data, shouldn't I? Oh, actually, no. Auth. This is what you'd normally use when you're authenticating. This is not authentication. This is, well, it's sort of authentication. It's authenticating the fact that you got the email, so you are in control of the account, so you're allowed. Yeah. I'll probably put that. Well, let me put it in the Trello to consider. Consider moving that into auth data, since it does authenticate the player, that the player, as far as they prove control over the email, the associated email account. This would be game state, sort of. And I suppose it, in more general terms, it's security related. Okay, enough labels. So we just need some kind of token here. It's me. Why not? I'm not going to register. It's going to be a set password. Oh, I forgot to do this. We have to set the iterations, or else we're going to screw up the tests. Let me make a bookmark there. And a bookmark here. Oops. That has to be initialized. And then they will do this message instead of the other one. Instead of register, it's a set password, but the username goes there. The token is the base64 encoding of that, yes. New password is test vector password. All right. I'm not requiring a reCAPTCHA because I figure they're already not a robot. Not going to do this though. I need to figure out what it will do. It won't do that either. We will get that back though, right? And we don't need to do that. Okay, so what do we do if we accept it? Let's see. Actually, I think what it does is just sends back an okay message. I need to actually change it because if it's a bad password reset token, we also say bad password. How about we'll change it to say weak password? Ah, right. So what if they do? Why did I do this extra stuff down here? I think this is good enough. We get a logged in status logged in. Actually, so that means either way, we will wait to receive something, and we'll expect to receive a logged in. So here I'm just going to say weak password. Let's put this up here too. So weak password, and the other test will have it say weak password as well. Which means I'll change this code back up here to say weak password. All right. Let's set this up to run. Indeed, Alex is not defined. Where did I use Alex? Aha! And test vector password didn't like that? Should have liked that. Oh well. Don't know why I had two red squigglies. Let me test this one again since I changed something in there. Yeah, still works. This fails. It's all of the good passwords, right? All of the good passwords are blocked. Oh, even the bad ones are blocked. Oh, wait. I think it's not good enough to just... where was it? Is it? It might not be good enough to put it in there. I think we actually have to... Let me see about... I think there's an extra check to make sure that we had to have asked for it. Actually, that's not a good thing to do then. That might be a bug. Let me see how this works. It should be enough to have the right token. Oh, it has to be appended to the log, that's why. Think about this. We have to come back and actually do it. How does that other test do it? That? Oh, right. It doesn't reply that it's good. It's good if it appends a set password. Okay, that's right. I didn't do it right. This is what we expect to happen, right? Yeah, I'll just do all this. So it doesn't say that we're logged in right away. It has to replicate it throughout the cluster. So instead of doing all that, we'll expect this to happen. Actually, and this number is going to keep increasing, isn't it? So we'll need to keep track of how many there should be. Actually, well, hold on. We can just get what it was before. So before we do that, const auto entries before equals mock journal entries size. So we'll we don't want it to completely stop, so we'll expect equal that plus 1. And then do the rest if it is. And this stuff moves to here. And might as well keep that in assert. That should always happen. There we go. All right, those are all the things that we expect. So it should have added another entry. Oh, this number is different now, right? It's that plus 1 minus 1, so it's like that. So it should be, it should have a command. It should be the set password command. The username should match username, not Alex. The salt should have something in there, and the hash should match the new password, which is this. Should match, and that is player record .auth iterations. Okay, let's try that. Dax error. All right, that is correct. Okay, cool. So yeah, the only things that fail are the bad passwords are getting through. These are all the bad passwords, right? Blank, the X, Hunter2, password are all the bad tests, are all the bad passwords. So they're not getting rejected. These ones are being accepted, which they already were being accepted before. Okay, so the test looks good. We just need to reject the bad passwords at that second place. So that's where we use this in the real code. To do the same kind of match on the reset password. So that's on set password here. And we'll do it if the token is good. So it's here that we did the check. There we go. That should be it. Yay! All right. Let's run all the tests, and then I'll test this out in the front end. Should modify the front end to print something different though. Ooh, wait, I broke something. Look at that. Broke a test. What did I break? Oh, probably because I was using a weak password in that test. Yeah, look, I was using Hunter2. I can't use Hunter2 in these other tests anymore. I need to pick a strong password. Correct battery horse staple. Hold on, I need to take a quick break. I'm back. What did I miss? What did I miss? I missed a raid from John Games? Party of 31? Oh my goodness. Thanks for the raid, John. Hey there, Bugfound. Yeah, you guys came at a very inconvenient time, I guess. My son is sick and needed to give him some Advil. He was very, very unhappy. So, my wife's also sick. So I'm looking after 2 family members who are sick. If I have to suddenly take a break again, it's probably because of that. Eat more fruit? No, it wasn't a bio break. Yeah, it was an Advil break. No product placement, by the way. So how did your stream go, John? You have to head out and eat more fruit. Okay. Sounds good to me. Stay well, my friend. Yeah, this cold came up really quick, and yeah, we're looking at a 102 fever right now. Anything above like 102, and yeah, very, very unhappy kids. All honest Dan people, okay. I should give a little intro about what I'm doing. So, I'm working on the back end to a game, and I have that link there will bring you here. You can't play it yet, but the idea is to make a multiplayer RPG, role-playing game. My tongue is all tied up. And it's going to be a retro 2D pixel art. If you remember the old Ultima series, I'm going to try to make a game like that. Oh, thanks for the follow, Potato Peeps. So, multiplayer will let me have a lot of different things you can do in the game and hopefully make a fun experience for my viewers, and you guys will help me evolve this game. Because it's multiplayer, there's a bit of back-end work I'm doing. Thanks for the follow, Roids. So I'm setting up a cluster of servers, which I already have, and trying to make it nice and secure and make the maintenance automated so that I can put it up on the cloud and then start building a game off of it. So major subsystems are, it's got fault tolerance using clustering. We have persistence to a sequentially written journal. We have versioning. And today we're still in this section here. I guess it's just a coincidence I'm marching down this list. I'll probably start to randomly go through depending on what I feel to do, what I feel like doing when I get to the actual game part. But right now, I need to have the top 4 probably solid before I can actually put it on the cloud and let people log into it. Because I want to have authentication, mitigate denial of service, and try to prevent people from botting it. Because that would suck, right? So today, what I'm working on, which is also in my Trello, and not a hacker, thanks for following, is I have a plan for every day, and today I'm working on rejecting bad passwords, so I'm using a C port of the what they call the low budget password strength estimator library. I was just pulling that in. Oh, thanks for the follow. And I think I just got that working now, and I was going to move on to trying to decide what to do with multiple bad login attempts, like maybe start to time out players, or maybe lock their account until they reset it with their email or something. And then also want to prevent registering certain names like empty string, that kind of thing, punctuation in names, and all that sort of stuff. So to show you what the game is so far, it's not much. The back end looks like this, where the 3 servers are launched. They talk to each other, they elect a leader, so that if any one of these servers were to crash, the other 2 would keep going and a new leader would get elected in the cluster. And we have the deployment of new versions of code to the server, and I also have 2 different clients. The one that you guys will use, where is it? It looks like this right now, where you can register a new account and you can log in once you're registered. Actually, am I registered? Actually, no, I'm not. In fact, oh no, I am, because this is legacy. It won't let me use Hunter 2 for my password soon because we're improving the strength of it. But yeah, you can log in, you can change your email if you want. And the messages between client and server are all over WebSockets, so you can kind of see that. If I pick the correct WebSocket, you can see how I logged in, how it fetched my profile and I changed my email. All messages between servers are also over WebSockets. And the game state, I'll show you what that looks like. It appends commands to change the game state to journals. Each instance here, 10, 11, and 12, have a copy of it and looks like this. So we started off with an empty slate, and here this command created my player account, and this one changed my email. So if I go back to the console here and change it again, watch what happens. Change it again, it appends a new entry, and it gets replicated. So every server has a copy of this. So if any server were to crash and then come back up, it would recover by replaying its journal. And the algorithm I implemented for that is called Raft, by the way, if you want to look into that more. Thank you for the follow. Thank you for the follows. Stunnity Games and Mr. Wow Tech 247. So a lot of the stuff I built on stream December and January. Now that we're at the end of January, I'm moving towards getting the actual client so you can log in, and then we're going to work on graphics, game state, like what entities are in the world, where you are in the world, zones, and that kind of thing. So I think the stream will get a bit more interesting in February. Right now, I'm making this big push to get basic security to a working game cluster, which will give us a pretty much a blank slate to build something on top of. Hey there, Frost Ice Gold. How's it going? So if you guys have any questions, let me know. Yeah, getting the boring stuff out of the way first. Yeah, boring stuff out of the way, and then I'll have something. I'm more and more I think about this, more I want to evolve and write this game on stream, where the moment I make a change to the game, you guys can log in and see it. In fact, I want to. One of the reasons why I made the game cluster look like, you know, multiple servers is I want you guys to be playing the game, and I might go and upgrade the version of one of the servers in the cluster and not disrupt the gameplay. So upgrade each server in turn so there's no downtime, and then you can actually see suddenly there's some new version of the server code, there's some new entity in the game, that kind of thing. I also want to make the actual entity logic as much as I can in Lua. So all this stuff down here is probably going to be in Lua. All stuff up here, which is mostly done, is C++. There'll be some glue in the middle. But yeah, game entity logic in Lua will let me not even take the program down. It can continue to run. I can swap out and swap back in Lua methods on the fly, which will be fun. Yeah, again, let me know if you have any questions. I'm going to keep going on rejecting bad passwords. So I had gotten this to where it passed the test. No, it had a broken test, which I fixed. I had just fixed that password, and then I got the call to help out with sick kids. We're running all this tests again. Oh, another broken thing. My project's okay. I'm good, but I got a sick family member, so I have to take care of. Which is why I was away from the keyboard when a lot of you guys showed up. I think a lot of these tests are breaking because now the passwords I was using in them were Hunter 2. We should probably just replace all Hunter 2s with correct battery horse staple, shouldn't we? Hunter 2, yeah. So we don't want to use Hunter 2 anymore for these kinds of tests. We only want to see Hunter 2 in the one specifically designed to fail the check. Yeah. So I just need to slow down when I get to that test. I used Hunter 2 quite a lot, didn't I? Everyone knows correct battery horse staple is much better than Hunter 2. I don't want to replace them all because there's... Actually, I guess I could replace them all. And then just fix the ones that shouldn't be. So Control Shift L replace. So it's the bad... it would be near 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, wouldn't it? No. Yes. No. Hold on. What was another one of the bad passwords? Password. Here we go. So all of these that are bad have to be Hunter 2. Hunter 2. Okay, there we go. That's much better. So yeah, Guild Wars 2 probably uses the same thing. They probably do a they call it a what do they call it? They call it, I guess they just call it a cluster. This, you cluster the servers so that instead of one server, you have multiples and they all have the same state. So you can take one down and there's no downtime. Yeah, I hope to have no cause to take the whole cluster down ever. I'm doing a lot of this work. Like I've spent like now 2 or 3 months now just setting up enough infrastructure so that the worst that should happen is I might have the cluster crippled down to like 1 or 2 servers and then have to quickly restart the ones that won't restart. Fix them some manual process. But we'll see. Murphy's Law says the moment I think things are going well, the entire cluster is going to crash and I'll be like, oh crap, oh well. That's why we say 99% of times what we shoot for, never 100%. So hopefully I fix all these tests now. So it should be good to go for running all of them. So I don't think I spammed this command since you guys all joined me. I'm using the Google test framework with CMake and VS Code, and so I get to see a nice little green lights when everything's working. And I'll usually write a test first, see the test fail, go fix the code, run the test again, see green pass, and then we're good. That's the basic cycle for test-driven development. All right, so we're good. Now if I were to shut down this cluster and just blow everything away and start over, and if I tried to register with Hunter 2, it shouldn't let me. We should get back a message saying weak password. Don't know which. Okay, it's not that one. Yeah, weak password. There we go. Try again, doofus. Okay, correct. Battery horse staple. I'm gonna cheat and make sure I typed it correctly there. I am not a robot, so pass the CAPTCHA check as well. Yay! So let's try to change it. Oh, I forgot to put the old password in twice there, didn't I? Not Hunter 2. Correct battery horse staple, and we'll try Hunter 2. This should also tell me that it's a weak password. Oh, it didn't. Oh, let me log in with Hunter 2. I thought that was working. Okay, obviously I have a bug. It should have done a check on Hunter 2 and said that it was too weak. Let me try this again. So if I register Hunter 2, shouldn't let me do this. Yeah. And I forgot to remove that. That's another bug. Okay, so what did I do wrong? This one was working, but this one is passing now and it shouldn't have. Set password to the test password, and if it's, we should get a weak password back. And this is passing? Let me think about this. There's something wrong with the way I set this test up, I think. Hold on. I think what I'll do, actually, the first one it's gonna run is a bad password example. So we'll set up to run this in the debugger and we'll see what it does. This is allow weak passwords on reset. And the code for that is here. I just put it in there. Right, so let's see what happens when we get to here. When we run this test in the debugger. Okay, so the password is empty string. Yeah, so it is going to send us back a weak password. So how is it failing in production? See if there's any clue here. I'm not printing anything out. Maybe that's what I should be doing though. I guess I could check to make sure the strength thing indicator is correct. Minimum strength 30. And we know that Hunter 2 was a very weak password. And I had Bob to test for that. Hunter 2, should only be 11.3 bits of entropy. So that's... I guess we'll just print out to the diagnostic log. So let's print that. We will say context engine diagnostic messages what is it called? No. Diagnostic publisher. Diagnostics publisher dot. IntelliSense is failing me. Diagnostic sender. Dot. Okay, IntelliSense is screwing up again. We'll just copy that and go back and paste it here. And it does need to be a warning. Level 3, let's make it formatted. Setting password strength that versus minimum that. The score and score is there. And we'll pull that back out again to print it. So we're going to try this again. Nuke the cluster, start it up again. So we will we have to register. CAPTCHA. Register. Change password to Hunter 2. That's not good. It didn't even go through that code at all. Wait a minute. I think I might know why. No, it should still check it here. I have too many things open here. Change password result. Yeah. I'm sort of baffled. Oh, I'm stupid. I know what I did wrong. It's I don't have that mechanism in here to do reset password. I'm doing change password where you entered the old one. So I forgot that path. I don't even have, yeah, I can't even test the reset password because I just don't have it here. Okay, I'm stupid. Okay, so there's a third way to set your password. If you're already logged in and then you can give your password again, it's change password, not set password. So I need to have the same check here. Okay. Yeah. So if you're new to this stream, this happens a bunch of times where I just do stupid things and I learn from either the test failing or the failing in production, and then what I have to do, the price of failure is that I must set up a new test to capture what I did wrong and then make the test, demonstrate the test failing and then fix it to demonstrate the test passing. So that the problem is we want to disallow weak passwords on change password, not on password reset. So we need to, here's again all the bad and good passwords we can use. And we need to have them logged in basically, so we don't have a password reset token. It doesn't really matter what I have in the record. They have to log in first. I guess that does mean I have to have a password in there. Let me look for the other tests to do change password. Yeah, so they have an old salt, old hash, and then they just change it to the new one. Okay. So we'll do the same thing. We'll have an old salt, old password. There we go. Oh, here. So they have their old salt and password in there. And then instead of set password, it will be a change password. This one. And the new password is the test vector.password. All right. Yeah, the rest of the test is exactly the same. If it's a strong password, we'll expect that the journal gets a new entry called set password and that it matches everything that it should. If it's a weak password, we'll get actually it's not login status anymore. It's this. Slightly different. Change password result false and we'll say weak password. Okay, there we go. So this test will fail to recreate the problem that that I ran into. Oh, yeah, not Alex. Player record. And I need to put the iterations first. There we go. Yeah, we don't store passwords in the clear. I'm using pbkdf2 to hash all the passwords. In production, the iteration count will be pretty high to make it hard to crack. Here's a new test. It should fail, and I should see that it's only failing on the weak passwords. No, it's failing on the strong passwords too, because I screwed up. It's not appending an entry. It should. There's only one thing there's only one. You've listened to Bitch Lasagna for 2 hours now? What's that? That sounds very familiar. Is that from a different stream? Indeed. Oh, wait a minute. We have to log in first. That's right. You have to be logged in before you can change your password. I have to have this login. So let's add the login. So they have to log in first. So the username has to match there, and the password has to be their old password. Then they, okay, let's try that. It's got to fail in the correct way to verify that the test is correct. Oh, right, there's an extra message. It's still not failing in the correct way. There, we have to expect the login, but the login followed by the changed password result false. Right, so we need this one as well. Because they do successfully log in, but the password change fails because the password's weak. Actually, I'm just going to raise that up again. Let's run it again. Still wrong. Interesting. Oh, right. That is actually what I expect. It should tell us it's a weak password, but it's not telling us it's a weak password. It's okay. I think the test is good then. So to fix it, we had to put the password strength test there too. So we'll put a bookmark, clear the old bookmarks. All right, so I'm going to go to onset password. Right here where we do the check for strength. And I'll put in the, I'll leave in the diagnostic message too. Let's put in the username as well. Actually, no, I don't want, this is a dumb idea. Why do I want to, I don't want to print passwords to the log. That's stupid. I don't know why, oh, I was doing that for testing, that's why. Am I confident this will work? No. So I'm just going to copy it for now. So bookmark that and go to the other place. Okay. So if they are not registered, we pretend... Actually, will we ever get there? I don't think this actually can happen. They won't be able to get here if they're not registered in the game. Oh no, they could. This is a race condition. You might have tried to set your password and then from another client deleted your account. It should come back saying like pretend like you didn't give the correct password. Okay, so we get it. We check their old password first, and here, if their old password checks out, then we try their new password. So that's a new password, right? New password? Down here. New password. All right, new password. Check it. Changing password to that. This is gonna go away very soon. I don't want to in production do that. Okay, and then it's this instead of login password, login status. It's changed password result. Cool. And if that makes the test pass, we'll try it again in production. Actually, I guess it's not production. It's local production. Still failing. Okay, what's going on? Wait a minute. They look the same to me. Oh, not status, it's error. Right, it's error. There we go. There we go. And let me run everything to make sure I don't break anything. Then we'll try it in production again. Nope. Broke something. What'd I break? Oh. I bet it's because I used a bad password. Change password success. I bet it's being changed to Hunter 2. It's being changed to let me in. That doesn't look very secure to me. Hey there, 85 filter. Didn't we discover 85 filter was a good password? Let me run this again. 85 filter. No, it doesn't go above 30 bits. Let me in. How many bits of entropy is that? That's only 4. Okay, no wonder that broke. Okay, so what's a good password? That's not correct battery horse staple. How about Scorpion rules underverse? Yeah, that'll work. Scorpion rules underverse. Cool. I probably failed all those other ones too. Let me look for let me in. Let me in. Yep. So all those need to change, please. That's bad password, so we can leave that as it is. This one should be, well, we should put that in there. Which test is this? Yes, we should do a good password there. Hang up on non-player, and we could do it for all of them, right? There we go. Put a bang in front of it. Let's see. I bet it still won't be good enough. Okay, it added 5.5 bits of entropy. Let me in, it added 3. Yeah, we're using the low budget. What is it? Where do I have a link to that? Did I close my window? No, it's over here. We're using the low budget password strength estimation ported to C. This is the main repo, and then this is the one I'm actually using today. C++ version of that password strength estimator. And it's giving us an estimate in bits of entropy of how strong a password is. Anyway, let's try these tests again. Pass all the tests, and then I'll run it on my local cluster again. So how are you guys doing? How are you doing at 85 Filter? I had one of those raids today again, where I got raided when I was AFK. Today I was AFK, not because of needing to use the restroom, but because I have 2 sick family members, and I had to get some medicine for my son. Hopefully you stay well. There's this cold going around where I am. High fevers galore. Okay, we're passing all the tests. Let's run the cluster again. Now it should not let me use Hunter 2 for a password anymore. So we will register. Let's just try Hunter 2. We can show this here. It shouldn't let me do this. Weak password. I should have it return to this screen for weak password, shouldn't I? Alright, so password... what did we say? Let me just put it in the... Here we go. Correct battery horse staple. Cool, so it accepted that. Now change password to Hunter 2. Why did it let me do that? Should not have let me do that. It didn't. It didn't let me do it, but it incorrectly told me it. So the front end is screwed up. I need to fix this then. So it's really the old password still, right? So I bet I can see that if I look, and this error isn't being cleared correctly either. I have some front end bugs to work with. So I bet I can see this if I look at the socket. Oh, no, it's there. So wait a second. Let me try this over again. So we're logging in with our old password. Here's the socket. No, that's the wrong socket. There we go. So change password to Hunter 2. Yeah, see, it's the front end. Thought we were logged in, but it should have looked at success and didn't. I need to fix the front end. Is it flu season? Thing is, my the 2 sick family members, they got the flu shots, so yeah, I guess it's not 100%, right? Yeah, I've been taking those airborne tablets. You just dissolve it in water. And a lot of people hate what they taste like. I actually like the taste of it. What test runner am I using? I'm using Google Test, and I have a half an hour long introduction video where I show how to set that up from basically scratch. And it uses some extensions, so my extensions list will be a little bit helpful, I guess. The CMake tools is, so I use CMake, which if you don't like CMake, then a little bit, the video won't help as much, but if you use CMake, then it integrates pretty well into VS Code. And then the Test Explorer to get this nice overlay. That was actually a viewer who sent me a screenshot of their VS Code, and I saw that and I'm like, ooh, I have to have that. That's cool. That's the Catch 2 and Google Test Explorer with the Test Explorer a UI on top. Okay, so let me fix the front end. It's probably something dumb like I'm looking for the string bad password or something. So here's the React part of the stream. I get to go fool around in React where I really have no business since I'm a novice. So my apologies for the crude state of this. I don't have routes in here or anything, so it's just all a huge if-else for the different screens. So change password would be one of these. Changing password, here we go. So it's when we on submit a change. And okay, so it's change password result, I think, when that comes back. Oh, we don't even look at the message. Yeah, we don't want to do that. We want to say if message.success, then do that. Else, we are just going to, we're going to put the error in there. For now, message error. And actually, while we're here, let's fix these. Error defaults to an empty string. So there was one more place, right? It was in login status. Right, so in addition to logged in being true, we want to clear the error. There's a stale error in there. Okay. I'll put commas here just because I feel like it. Alright, let's try this again. I forgot what I set it to. It was correct battery horse staple, wasn't it? Oh, Adam's hosting me. How'd your stream go, Adam? Welcome, Adam's viewers. I'm doing a little bit of C++ and a little bit of React today. And since I have a lot of new people here, I should probably explain what I'm up to. I have some commands to help me out. So I'm working on my first game. It's a MMORPG, not MM, so it's not massive because my ambition is not that high. I think my ambition is already high enough. So I'm working on a game. It's not yet playable. It's multiplayer, like I said. It's going to be very retro 2D pixel art because I'm not a great artist. I'm actually a very poor artist. So this is more approachable for me. I'm going to try to make a game that feels like the old Ultima games. You know, very basic graphics, but a focus more on story and content, less on the graphics. I don't know if it'll appeal to everyone, but I'm going to try to put different things you can do into the game. And I'm going to have trouble keeping up with chat, but hopefully I will manage. It went well? Cool. You fixed a lot of bugs? You fixed billions and billions? No, it was trillions of trugs, right? Whoa, look at that. Look at that. What is that? Magenta? Adam art? So anyway, for what does the game look like? Thanks for the follow, by the way. From the very high level view, 10,000 foot view is how we used to say it at my last job, is because it's multiplayer, you'll be running just a front-end client in your browser. JavaScript with Pixie.js for the graphics. Very simple graphics. I just need tiles and maybe rudimentary animation. And you'll be connecting into my servers through WebSockets. The servers also connect to each other through WebSockets. Each of these servers has an exact and complete copy of the game state. So why do I have multiples? For fault tolerance. So if you're connected to a server and it crashes, the client should be able to quickly connect to another server and continue where it was without losing any state. So I'm using the Raft consensus algorithm for that. Thank you for all the follows, guys. The Raft consensus algorithm lets me handle up to, but not over, a minority of the servers crashing. So if we had 4, we can deal with 2 of them crashing before we get into really bad trouble. But optimally, what I want to have happen is if a server crashes or I take it down for upgrading its version, this orchestrator service, which is really simple, should be able to restart any stopped servers or upgrade versions. If that dies, I'm kind of in trouble, but I'm hoping to make this one very simple and put all the expensive logic here. Inside each server, it's a bit complicated. Apologies for the complicated diagram, but there's a web gate to it, so it's basically all the WebSockets go through there. There's a coordinator component that handles all the messaging. I have the Raft implementation separate, and that is in my GitHub. All of my reusable components are in GitHub, MIT license, so you can see my implementation there. Raft consensus requires that you describe all changes to game state as a sequence of commands, and so that's what is captured in the journal. My journal right now for this testing, I'll show you right here. So I blew away the state a little bit earlier. All I've done since I restarted was I created an account, right? Created a player called Raimu with a test email, and let's say I go in there and I actually change my password to something correct. So we change it to, we can't use Hunter2 anymore, right? But I will use Scorpion Blasts Paladins, because why not? And it should accept that. Cool. And what we see here is a third entry in the journal called set password. And we don't store passwords in the clear. That would be stupid. Instead, we hash them with the PBKDF2 algorithm. All right, see you at 85 filter. Trugs are tricked, huh? So yeah, when I actually have real game content, this journal will quickly accelerate every change to the state of the game. Every time you move your player, every time an NPC moves, every time you get hit or you attack another player or a character, we'll add a command. So you can imagine the real game, this is going to be quickly churning through. We'll have to be doing more advanced snapshotting, because if the journal gets really huge, it takes a long time for servers newly added to the cluster to catch up. So for right now, we're good. The state changes aren't that much, and we're in that calm period before the storm where we actually add state to the game. So hopefully that gives you a taste of what I'm doing. Please feel free to ask questions. Who hashes the password? I'm doing it on the server side. All connections between servers and clients are over transport layer security, so they're already secured. I can send the password over in the clear, so to speak, under cover of the SSL connection. When it gets to the server, though, I do not want to persist passwords. So when we the first thing we do is we hash it to PBKDF. This is the algorithm I'm using. PBKDF2 with hash space message authentication code using the SHA-512 algorithm. So you get a 512-bit or byte, forget which one, either bit or byte long hash, and then we have a random salt, and we actually, the PBKDF2 lets you iterate, so I can turn this iteration count up really high to make it very hard to crack these passwords, and that's what gets stored. And why did I decide to make a game? I guess it's part of my code journey. We can read about there. I did a lot of back-end server stuff with multimedia, but I've always been into computers and I've always been into games, and what I wanted to do for a very long time was make my own game. This comes back to me whenever I'm playing a game and there's something wrong with the game or I want something to change. I have that itch where, you know, I'm like, if only I could have that. If only I had the code for this game, I could fix that bug or change the game to be a little bit better. And so I'm kind of scratching that itch by trying to make my own game. Thank you for all the follows. I know I cannot call everyone out, but thank you very much. I hope you enjoy the little Zelda thing that plays when you see a follow. All right. So I just got the password strength up. So today we are using the ZXCVBN-C library. And I didn't know until I was on stream today. I realized that that's QWERTY, but the bottom row on the keyboard instead of the top. So it's just measuring the strength of passwords. And I had a little test program here. Like, for example, we found out today that Adam13531, not so many bits of entropy. On the other hand, RYMO 8354, it's got 15 more bits of entropy. Haha! Anyway, I have the limit of entropy configurable, and I had set it to 30. But technically, my username would be accepted as a password. I could ratchet it up to 40. I want to strike a balance between annoying my users and making it too weak. And so I was playing around with different password ideas, like battery horse. Correct battery horse staple was like 47 or something. Is that what I'm saying? No, I'm just saying in terms of raw bits of entropy, that string. I think what it is Adam is a proper name for a person, or RYMO is not. If we do ADM13531, we actually get 8 more bits of entropy. And if I think if I do another letter in there, it gets even more. So it approaches the entropy of my username, which is not a proper name, if we just put in random letter substitutions. And this is for estimating the strength of login passwords, yes. So I am using a low budget one. If you guys have an idea about a more powerful one, I'm open to the suggestions. But just my quick research led me to this password, low budget password strength estimation. Which Ultima game was the best? I think Ultima 5 was the best, because when they went to 6, they changed the graphics engine, and it wasn't the same as what I was used to. And you could argue it was a better game for other reasons, but I have a soft spot in my heart for Ultimas 4 and 5. And I thought 5 was just better than 4 because it seemed better polished, I guess, in my mind. I liked them both, though. Ooh, is that a bad sign that this hasn't been changed in over a year? If there's a newer one, I could try it. This one was super easy to integrate. I'll show you guys. So Bob is my test program for prototyping. This is all you have to do. You include their header, you call match, you get a score back. I don't think you can get much simpler than that. Which means I didn't invest much in picking this algorithm. So if there's a better one, then I'd use it. Uh-oh, Adam got insulted? Oh, by the bits of entropy in your name, I guess. Sorry about that. Hi there, Viking Coder. How's it going? Why did the turkey cross the road? What did Stephen King say? I forget. But it sort of reminds me of the Dark Tower series. That comes up in one of the books in the Dark Tower series. Pwn passwords database is a great idea. So this one actually does work with different databases. So they give you these databases here, of which I think I found Hunter 2 in this one. There you go. So Hunter 2 is on line 11,577 of words password. So this should work with any kind of dictionary. So if pwned passwords is something I could download, I could add it to this dictionary and theoretically reduce the score of anything in that database. Let me take that idea. I like that. Thank you. ATSCH, I don't know how to pronounce that. I like to take ideas and post them for myself in my notebook to remember them and look up later. Have a good day, Adam. You're on to marketing? Good luck with the marketing. Let me know how that goes. Let us all know how that goes tomorrow. Yeah, some of the passwords are kind of funny, aren't they? Anyway, we're just using this database for now because it's easy. Yeah, exactly. Don't use that password. All right, so I think I'm done with this. I'm going to check this in. I had to make a few changes to that project, by the way. Let me go over with you guys what I had to do. Do we still need Bob anymore? I don't think we need Bob. We can retire Bob. I know, I'll check him in, and then I'll remove him in another commit. That way I can get him back if I want him later. So we're adding password strength estimation in this commit. And that was in 3 places. You know what, I should actually refactor that. I should refactor that, shouldn't I? Oh, I need to remove that. We don't want to print those out. Shoot. Was that showing up all along? I didn't see it. Oh yeah, look at that. It's good to see once. So yes, Scorpion Blasts Paladins is 39 bits of entropy, so it passes, and Hunter 2 is only 11.3. Thanks for the follow, by the way. Etch. Like a chew? Etch. Etch 10? Cool. Is Adam Art in the password list? I don't know. Would that be a sign that you're famous if you end up in a database of common passwords? Adam's in there. Adam 12. Adam 12 is in there. Adam 25, Adam 1, Adam 1, 2, 3. We're getting closer. Adam 1, 2, 3, 4. Nostradamus. Oh, wait a minute. I never realized Adam is in Nostradamus. Conspiracy? I don't know. How we wrapped around. Okay, so Adam is 13531 is not famous enough to be in the common password database, but Adam surely is. That's probably why it scores pretty low. All right, I wanted to remove those passwords that I'm printing out. We don't want to do that anymore. That was just for testing. I don't want to commit that. That doesn't belong here. And I guess I should refactor that into its own function. Yeah, okay, we'll do that. So many item passwords, yes. All right, let us make a helper. Put it here. Right, let's make it true false, right? So is password strong enough? String password, and then we want, do I want to pass anything else? No, really it's just that. So my apologies for taking the time to do this, but it's sort of a habit now. I like to put a Doxygen style comment for every class, method, enum, type, you name it, in case I ever make a reference manual. Test the given password to see if it's considered strong enough to be allowed for a player in the game. This is the password to test. I know, lame comment, I'm sorry. It's better than nothing though. Well, maybe it's better than nothing. An indication of whether or not. So there is a bit of repetition here, and that's because this could show up in a summary without the return value, and also if you want to know what the return value meant, I don't want to force you to look at the summary again. So I do a little bit of repetition here. My apologies if it offends you. Indication of whether or not the given password is considered strong enough to be allowed is returned. There we go. So documentation done. We're going to move to the definition, and it goes here. By the way, this code is in need of refactoring. It's pretty long. I try not to get modules past 800 lines. This is almost 3 times as long. It's severely due for refactoring. I know that. What do you have as a question? You can ask questions. No questions are dumb. There are stupid questions. Those are questions that you know are wrong to ask, but there are no dumb questions. What kind of superpower do you think the average programmer would wish for to make their job easier? I don't know about the average programmer. For me, I would love to always know the best word for something. Like, sometimes I really struggle to name my functions, and if I could just like know what name to give to my function or variable like instantly, to me that would be a superpower. But you know, I'm a strange nerd, so okay, this I'm gonna bookmark. Let's clear my old bookmarks. So I'm gonna look for where I use this cool new best friend library, and I'm going to copy. Let's make a bookmark there. We're gonna copy that here. We're going to compute this score and then return that it is greater than or equal to that. And we get to remove this part because we're in that context now. There we go. Simple enough, right? So now I get to call that back here. If password is strong enough, actually we're just going to negate that. If it's not strong enough, then do the error. Thanks for the follow. Indiner? The power of naming, yes. Yeah, it wouldn't be bad for kids too, yeah. Why not just wish for a superpower where you can always have the correct word? Think of that. If you knew exactly what to say in any context to maximize the good of humanity or your own success or to help save someone, that would be an awesome superpower. You would be the best negotiator in the world. You'd be the best diplomat. You'd probably be the best politician. You just knew exactly the correct proper words to say in any situation. All right, so XC, okay, so here's another place. This is why I refactor this early, because it's just simply copied, and we can do away with the copies. Right? So now the only place where we're using our new best friend library is here, which makes it convenient. I can switch out the algorithm now at will. I can also change the name of the configuration variable in only one place. So lots of advantages to doing that. And let me run, that's a refactoring step, so it means I need to rerun my tests here to make sure I didn't break anything. Gives me a chance to look at chat a little bit. Best marketeer, yeah. Are there any better server platform than Realm Server? What makes Realm Server better than other platforms? Well, Realm Server is just the name I've given to my server. And my server is mostly just my own code written in C++. It is really just a server for me just means a program I'm running. So quite literally, when I'm running my servers, they show up here in Task Manager as programs, Realm Server host. Right? In fact, I should demonstrate this. Look what happens if I kill a server. Wahahaha. I killed server 11. It was not the leader, so we did not have a leadership change. The orchestrator figured out that it died. It reinstalled the code for it, and it relaunched it, and it joined the cluster again. If I were to kill the cluster leader, though, what do you suppose would happen? The cluster leader is server 10, which is 13180. Let's kill him. Ha ha ha, you're dead. Okay, so what happens here, a little bit different. The orchestrator figures out it's dead. It is launching the new server, but in the meantime, the two servers that were left over will raise a new election, and there's a random interval chosen by each. So the server 12 ended up timing out first, so it ended up becoming the leader. Then server 10 rejoins the cluster as a follower. Each time that happens, where we have a leadership change, we'll have a new entry in the log. And it's a new term, so we're in term 2, now that 12 is the leader. You planning on running the real servers on Windows 2? No. I'm planning to run this on Amazon Web Services, which I guess you could run Linux there, but I was going to do, I mean, you could run Windows there, but I'm planning to use Linux. If the orchestrator dies, I can show you, we can still recover. The orchestrator is not key to the game. So look at that. The orchestrator's dead. So I lost my diagnostic log, but the game is still operational. I can still log in if I remember my password. Let's cheat and just steal it from here. So there's my password, right? So I can still log into the game. just fine. The problem is if now one of the Realm servers were to crash, it wouldn't get restarted. So what I plan to do on the real Amazon Web Services is have that orchestrator be something kept alive by systemd. Or on Windows, it would be the Service Control Manager. So it would just basically, if it crashes, just restart it. So I'll simulate that. I would simply restart it, which is serve. So what happens, it doesn't launch the 3 servers. It looks at the process list and figures out that process appears to be that server, and that server. And there's an easy way to cheat to figure out which one's which. Each one has its own little directory, so it's got its own copy of the exe. So I just match up process IDs with the executable image that's running for each process to figure out which process is which. So it basically picks up those orphan processes again and continues running. Yeah, I don't need well, systemd is the orchestrator for the orchestrator, right? Been thinking about dropping C#. I wouldn't drop C#. I actually think C# is a better language in general than C++. But I'm so used to using C++ that I'm kind of firmly entrenched in it. I would say stick to your C#. Oh, see that little halo? I'm getting direct sunlight on the back of my green screen. It's not too bad. So yeah, that works pretty well. Systemd will restart the orchestrator, and see the only bad effect might be until systemd restarts the orchestrator, the cluster might get crippled if a Realm server also crashes. So I mitigate that probably by running each of these servers not on the same machine, but on 3 different machines. So in Amazon Web Services, they would just be 3 different EC2 instances, for example. And yeah, Adam has 2 orchestrators. Adam's orchestrator is not the same as my orchestrator. I think what I call orchestrator, he calls something else. Like, or maybe it is the orchestrator. In my mind, if I keep it simple and I let it get restarted by the OS, it probably will never crash. And if in the event it does, the system should restart it pretty quickly. And I just keep it out of the way of all critical game functions. Its job is literally just to restart the game servers if they stop. All right, so we're not going to look at that. All right, this test passed. I was chatting while I was running it. It's passing. So let's go resume the check-in, shall we? All right. Is password strong enough? And they're slightly different responses based off of which avenue you took to try to change your password or set it. Okay, so these are good. Here's the new tests, and we had to start using good passwords because otherwise the other tests broke. And we'll check in Bob because we like Bob. That we don't want. This I need to handle separately. That goes there. That was a bug in the front end. And another one. We'll just check that in together. And to fix this one, I don't want Git to treat it as a sub-project. I use another scheme called, I made my own tool for, called Mugit. And it's kind of like Android's repo tool. You end up having a manifest, so all the reusable components are in their own repositories. And the one I'm leveraging is also, right? So I need to tell Mugit about it. So Mugit add that guy. Spell it correctly. Did I spell that correctly? X. Yeah. No, I didn't spell it correctly. Just let autocomplete do it for me. There we go. So it added it, and what my tool does, a couple things. It adds it to the XML here. It's tracking which branch. This is why I use this tool and not sub-modules, by the way. I want to track sub-repositories by branch and not by commit. So I need to do what Android does. Have a manifest where we have a tool that will recursively call Git for sub-repositories. And in order to tell Git to not complain about it not being tracked, we had to tell it to be ignored. And actually, those are the only 2 things the Mugit tool does. So now we can check in that git ignore change, that manifest change, and now we're good. This is just a temp file. So we will add password strength checking. So pull in this library, which I am misspelling a lot this hour. Yeah. To compute password strength. Require minimum strength. Actually, let's say it's in what we learned, right? Strength is reported as bits of entropy. I guess it's estimated? We'll just say that. Why not use submodules? I hope I explained that just a bit ago. I don't want to track submodules by commit. I want to track them by branch. And so if git submodules let me have a branch reference to a submodule, great. Right now it doesn't. It's by SHA-1 hash code, which is a commit. The reason is I might change this library, right? And I don't want to have to commit into both repos. If I change that library, I only want to have one commit in that repo. If I use submodules, I'd need two commits. I'd have to commit the change to that repo, and then I have to commit the master repo to update the submodule reference. So that's basically why I don't want to use submodules. But yeah, you guys be nice. My only one mod is going away for a couple drinks. Require minimum strength for new passwords. Passwords set through the reset process and changed passwords. And what else did I change? Oh, we added a prototype test program for playing around with ZXCVBN-C. So I'm going to commit that and then immediately delete Bob. Sorry, Bob. I just wanted to have a record in the Git history for it. Now we'll delete him. Bye, Bob. Nice knowing you. And then we're going to not build Bob anymore. Goodbye, Bob. So sad to see Bob go. Although, I wonder if I should keep him around. Oh, that's the last time we'll ever run him. I could keep the executable around. Maybe I'll do that. Just off to the side in case I ever need it. So, before I lose him, let me make a copy of him. That is bob.exe. There, I have backed up a copy of Bob. Well, I can get him back from Git history if I really need him. Remove Bob. Prototype test of this library. It's n-c, right? Yep. Thanks for the follow, Clavinex. All right. Yes. I just didn't want to lose any record of it. So, kind of maybe abusing Git a little bit by doing that. Git 1.8.2 allows submodules to track branches, though? I didn't know that. If you're right about that, I might just switch to Git submodules. I would love to do that. I will follow up on that for sure, because I have a vested interest in that. Thank you, Ultramark. I'll have to look at that. Last time I looked, I didn't find it, but I'm not the best at finding things. If you're writing an API to pass a Turing test, what sort of initial greeting would you have it give? I don't know. How about a reCAPTCHA? That's what I'm doing, right? I did that yesterday, if you missed it. I have it so that if you register a new account, you have to use a CAPTCHA. And I know, people probably hate CAPTCHAs, but I'm going to have to use an actual password, right? Scorpion Blade Computer. Oh, no. Copy paste doesn't work, right? Yeah, so this, I guess, would be my, without knowing anything better, I would have the AI try to break the captcha. And I know you're going to link to the video, but I wonder if Google's gotten this to be improved since then. Oh, it didn't like that password? Shoot. I guess we'll just do battery horse stable. I'm surprised that that password was too weak. Actually, now I'm curious. What was it in terms of strength? Let's run Bob. Scorpion Blade computer. It was only 26 bits? Interesting. Alright, well. Correct battery horse stable it is. I am not a robot. Believe me, Google. Register. Yay. What was I showing here? I don't remember. 30 is pretty high. I could lower it. I have no idea what it should be in terms of bits of entropy. Because I was just putting in my own username and it was saying it was 36 or something like that. I'm like, oh, okay. I guess it should be up there. The minimum should be up there. And happy Lurkerdom. Former, well, Lurker that formerly known as the Epic Unknown. Okay. Sorry, I was just catching up on chat. Hey, you're supposed to be lurking. Go back to lurking. There's an actual unlurk command if you want. Yep, we're done checking that feature in, right? Let me run the tool to make sure everything is up to date. Oh, you're not sure what channel you came in from? Hello. I think he probably got here from either John Games or Adam13531. But welcome. Let me know if you have any questions. If you would like to read more about what I'm doing, it's there. I'm making a game. It's a multiplayer game based off of the Ultima series. Not based off. It's inspired by Ultima, but I'm going to have my own story in it. And right now, there's going to be a lot of things you could do in the game, but right now I'm working on the back end of the game, which consists of a cluster of servers. And the major systems include authenticating the client, anti-botting, and so that's what I've been working on the last few days. I already have clustering, persistence, and versioning done. In probably another couple weeks, I'll get to the actual game stuff. I'm trying to get a nice platform for making a multiplayer game that I can put up into Amazon Web Services and let my viewers play while I evolve the game. That's the whole goal here. You are that far in the raid chain, so someone probably raided Adam, and they were then brought along when Adam raided me. Yeah. Thanks for the follow. Is that something that people do? Do people like just leave their Twitch on? I'm just curious. This could be a cool thing, right? Leave your Twitch on overnight watching someone and see where you end up in the morning. You'd be like, what? How the hell did I get to the marijuana growing channel? Anyway. So we're done rejecting bad passwords. I think I want to do this one next. Oh, I've been keeping this all in Trello as well. By the way, here's a link to it. And we're done with that card finally, right? Rejecting bad passwords, done. I think I want to work on not letting them use certain names next. Originally, I had thought to not allow profanity, but then I read about profanity filters and how it's sort of a useless endeavor. So I just decided I'll have a human moderator element in the game. So you can register a bad word. Just a moderator will eventually change the name for you or ask you to change it. But I do want to block certain things like empty string, certain obvious ones that will impersonate an admin. And that runs the risk of running into the same problem of having a profanity filter, but I don't know. Just thought it would be simple enough to prevent that. And punctuation characters, although it probably won't cause an injection attack, I just think it would be easy and quick to just not allow any kind of punctuation. So I think I'll do that next. So make a test case for this. Let's clear out all our state. Going to our test suite here and collapse all the things. Let's start a new test case. In terms of game specific stuff, are you going for ECS architecture? It's on the list. So research entity component system is definitely on the list. I'll research that before I get to designing the game entities. Reject that, yeah. All right. So, reject bad usernames. This is a little bit easier for now because I don't let you change usernames. It's only set once when you register. Did I start? I started coding. What does this say? Okay. That links back to here, 1981. So if you started 3 years after 1981, then you're old like me. So by the way, this is the kind of inspiration, right? This is Ultima 5. So my game will probably look a little bit like this, where you'll have an avatar representing you, and no pun intended, by the way, but a tile representing you, and you'll see tiles representing what's around you in whatever context, whether you're on a world map, you're in a dungeon, you're in a town, whatever. And then there'll be just basic information here. This is something that I think is attainable by me. I don't want to set my ambitions for making a game too high. This I can start with. I can get this working, and then maybe just focus a lot on story and try to get, you know, fun things for people to do within this interface. We'll see how it goes. But yeah, 1981 is when I started coding. Oh, what the problem of profanity filters over censoring is called was censored, was it? I don't see it being censored. I don't see it. Sorry. Sorry if it was, but I don't see it being censored. I had the profanity filter pretty low, pretty permissive on Twitch. I actually thought about just removing it and just letting moderation deal with it. Really? What was the message, though? Oh, I guess I never saw it. Oh, now Raleigh Monkey's gonna test me, huh? I don't remember. I know Katrina was one of them. Dupre, Shamino, Jaina. Okay, so I can remember about 5 or 6 of them. Of course, there's Lord British. He was a sort of a companion. All right, I reject bad username. So I'm gonna take the test case for registering a new player. Actually, this is a good one. Already taken. Oh, I never wrote it. Never mind. I need to do that at some point. Create new player account. Yeah, we're going to validate it right away, so I can just take this. Thank you for the follow, Andom. Okay, the assert is going to be totally different, though, right? So we're going to have to rewrite that. And we don't need the CAPTCHA stuff. I had simulated that through simulate CAPTCHA success. All right, so they register as, here's where we need to pull in bad usernames, right? So same kind of deal that I had here. Let's have some test vectors to put here. And the player, Oh. We're making a new connection every time, right? So we don't need this part anymore. So these are bad username examples, good username. These actually are good usernames. Let's pick another good username. Ultramark. Why not? Good. So bad user, empty string, admin. What was the one that 3D Extended didn't want me to use? System. With the quotes? There we go. What did my card say? Root. Any single or double character. X. Let's put that at the end. Any unprintable character. So, null character. That I have to be a little bit careful about. Otherwise it'll actually be an empty string. How about another null unprintable character, like, I don't know. New line. Actually, it's easier to say that, right? Punctuation characters. So, I don't need this now. It's fine. Don't you want to whitelist instead? I just want easy to check negatives. So all of these things I don't want to permit. Beyond that, it's the you run into the profanity filter problem where it's pretty much impossible to guarantee that it prevents bad ones 100% of the time. So I'll just rely on moderation. So there'll be a blacklist essentially, and everything else will have to be moderated. Probably I'll have it go immediately into the moderation queue to double check a username. Let me actually write that down. Or I had a card for moderator stuff. Moderator queue. Let's search for it. Moderator? Moderation queue, here we go. So, new player names should be automatically flagged for moderator. Double check. Right? Probably a smart thing to do. Check for all capitals, admin. I think I'll do is I'll just do a case insensitive compare. And actually, we should let's do a couple variants that have spaces or tabs or both. That's probably good enough, right? Maybe a couple more. Because what I'll also want to do is remove spaces and tab characters and other things. Strip them out. You still whitelist the characters even if you blacklist the words? Yeah, it's only the words that we're going to blacklist. Well, now certain characters will need to be blacklisted too. Unprintable characters. And I don't really want... I think I'm just going to stick with ASCII for now. Kind of like what World of Warcraft does. They used to allow the basic multilingual set, like, you know, accented characters, but they stopped doing that. Realm server is just a game server, yeah. What am I building? It's going to be a multiplayer game that looks like, remember Ultima 5? I'm going to try to make something that looks similar to that. That links to here. It's going to be multiplayer though, so I'm setting up a lot of the back-end stuff. Today is checking to make sure usernames are good and the passwords are strong enough. So yeah, feel free to ask any questions you might have. So yes, so this is username, and it's really just acceptable or not, right? Expected good. Oh, you're welcome. I've been trying really hard to keep organized. Streaming on Twitch helps with that because I'd feel bad if I didn't have a plan for what I was doing because I'd feel like I'm wasting your time if I didn't come up with what I should be doing each day and then letting you know beforehand. So yeah, I tried to post this like the night before and I put it in my Discord channel if you wanted to see like the morning of if it's worth watching. All right, so we don't really need a password, do we? Because we'll check it before the password. Oh, hold on, this is copied from somewhere else. We don't even need all of this. We don't need any of this stuff. We don't need the record to even be existing yet. Username is that. So we don't need this either, do we? No, we still need this. So it's not login, it's register. I have bcrypt on the list, so to speak. I will put that in as a reminder. Right now I'm using PBKDF2. PBKDF2 for hashing. So, I mean, this was recommended a couple of years ago. I know nowadays it's been superseded. They actually talk about that here. Really, I should be using something like Argon 2. I think bcrypt is not listed here specifically, but bcrypt would probably be better as well. I just needed something that was reasonable and fast to do. It's pretty fine. Oh, cool. Last message. I'm sorry, 3D Extended. What did I miss? I'm gonna check all caps letters. What I'm gonna do is do the. Oh, wait a minute. You're right. Yeah, you're completely correct. Sorry, my apologies. I just wasn't thinking. I thought I'd already answered it. On the server, I will check it, but on the you're right, on the client, I should actually test that these are capitalized in some way. Let's make it even more difficult. And let's actually remove all the crap around it. Yeah, like that, right? So all caps and some caps. Sorry about that. Yeah, I just thought, now I feel bad. I thought I'd already answered it, so I saw you writing it again. Yeah, I don't know. Just being dumb. Don't mind me. Yeah, so we're going to test the caps equivalent to make sure it's also not accepted, right? You can upgrade users when they enter their password. Yes, I thought about that because we actually don't know what their password is, but we know if it matches. So if it matches and until we discard their password, we could take that opportunity to just upgrade the hash to a new algorithm. Yeah. That's how I would, yeah. That's how I would do it. Okay, log in. Find the correct one. Yes, this just needs to be changed. So it's register. Okay, we are good with that, right? So it's username is the test vector username. Okay, and then it's expected good. I need to copy that from the good test cases. I pasted that there. Why? Oh, because it really should go up here. Actually, no content. You probably would go. That probably would be okay. Underscores, I think I will allow. Well, World of Warcraft doesn't accept underscores though. Yeah, etch, that's exactly right. Okay. This is gone. All right. The expected good result is, yeah, if we're talking to the leader. Actually, this is the good result, is the CAPTCHA, right? Yeah, we won't even do a CAPTCHA check if the username's bad. Actually, hold on. I did this an hour ago, right? For disallowing a weak password on registration. Yeah. So right, here's exactly what I want. Only it's expected good, not expected strong. So if it's a good enough user, a CAPTCHA success will be simulated. Otherwise, we will expect no CAPTCHA request is sent, and we instead get a weak, let's say bad username, bad name. I'll refine this later. I just want something distinct. And we don't say password here, do we? Only underscores? Should I just disallow underscores? So something like something that would otherwise be good with an underscore maybe would be false. I think what I'll do is I'll go with that until someone complains that they don't like it and has a good argument for it. Well, that just invites a complaint, doesn't it? Well, I'm already going to disallow just one underscore. What if you have 2 underscores? It will just auto-moderate all this stuff anyway. Have a blacklist file would serve 2 purposes. Okay. Oh, dog barking. I might have to mute the mic in a second. Blacklist file, sure, I can do that. How would I put that in the game though? Let me take that. Let me make that a consideration. I just want to basically put the infrastructure there, and the actual determination if something's good or not, I can do separately. Consider blacklist file for usernames. Also for passwords, since this library supports it. Who's that -c? To remove every underscore from the word to test if the word is valid. Oh, that's a good idea. I like that. I like that 3D extended. That's a great idea. Let me first label this. This is security. Okay, so that would be valid. But something that would not be valid would be 2 or 3 underscores, right? Because it would be reduced to empty string, and so would like admin with underscores around it. Is that maybe a good enough check? I don't know. So this was complete, right? So this should fail on all the bad ones. Oops. What'd I do wrong? one of these is not a string. Oh, here it is. These ones shouldn't be here. Okay. Check bad usernames. This will fail on all the bad usernames, but all the good ones should still pass. Oh, except for this count is wrong. Oh, that's right. I forgot a line, didn't I? This needs to be cleared at the end of each iteration. No worries, Ultramark. We will fix it. Okay, cool. So all the good ones, like Ultramark, who is intrinsically good, we should always trust Ultramark, passes. And all the bad ones are failing because we don't have the right check for them. Okay, so let's do it. So I'm not going to do the full blacklist thing. I'm just going to do something really simple. I'll basically make a placeholder for it. Here. So it's on register. Here. I suppose we'll check it before we check the password, right? If not context engine is username acceptable. We're going to send a slightly different message. Losing my bearings. Okay, it's bad username. All right, so making this function. If it's considered acceptable. So it's funny. I got two people in my family are sick with the fever and cold, and so I'm hearing alternate coughs from upstairs. All right, so is username acceptable? So let's do the idea where we strip out all unacceptable characters, and if we're left with what we're left with, we'll test against a blacklist, and that's how we'll tell. So we're going to build a new string, and yeah, stream. Wonder why it's complaining about that. It should be able to find that. Anyway, that's an IntelliSense problem. We're going to make an O string stream. Call it buff for now, and say for auto character and username. Does that annoy people? Should I just do char? I use auto too much, I think. I have my weak justification why I use auto, but maybe it's a little bit too extreme. Auto is the newer standard, so I should just go boldly forth with that. It does sort of not read as well. If I did character here, it might be easier to understand. I'm on C++ 11. It's like var, exactly. If it was just C, I think I'm uncomfortable using auto. So I would either, I think I'm either happy with that or that. I think I'll do that since I can do C is very short. So if C is not, let's just say what it can't be, what it can be, and invert it. So if it's not within the capital range, and it's not within the lowercase range, and it's not a digit. My dog is very chatty today. Not equal to, I think we're going, am I going to allow anything? No, let's just allow that only. Hold on, I had this backwards, didn't I? Quick basic again. Let's change all of these to greater than or equal to. And all of these to less than or equal to. And all of these to ands. And all of these two to ors. Then we're going to put it out into the, oops. One cursor, please. There we go. So if it's a capital letter, lowercase letter, or digit. So we're going to keep it real simple to begin with. And then const auto stripped username equals, actually, I do want to use the name that's stripped, don't I? Oh, no, I wanted to allow certain characters. Okay, there are blacklisted characters, right? But some characters are allowed. So the allowed characters are underscore for now. So I'll invert this. Then it's banned name entirely, right? So we can allow underscores. It'll just get stripped out for the check. So this is buff.string. Now we're going to test it against the blacklist. You guys don't like the programming ligatures? I've been liking how it looks, but it is kind of weird when I'm editing this. Like, where is my cursor? It's in the middle. If I want to, I can easily turn that off. At least I think I can. There we go. See, I did that in about 5 seconds. You've never seen it? It's so easy to turn on and off. I could do something silly like ligature Tuesdays. every other day, no ligatures. I could even hotkey that somehow, right? To turn it on and off. I kind of like how it looks. I'm going to keep it for now. All right, so I think I'll just have a hard-coded blacklist for now. And here's where I would take up the suggestion, the great suggestion, which I have lost. Who said it? Someone said have a, oh, Ultramark. Ultramark's great suggestion was to have a blacklist file that moderators can add to. This is where I would do that, but I'll do that later. Right now I'll just have a hard-coded list. So const standard vector of standard strings. And then we can make this static as well. Blacklist. So empty string admin root and whatever else I rejected. I think that was it. Oh, single letters. So that's a little bit different, right? I guess that we can do it here. If stripped username. Come, it's not giving me suggestions for that. If its length is less than 2, it's not acceptable, right? All right. So we don't need to check that. It's automatically guarded. Okay, so there's our blacklist for now. If I had a utility for this, I just can't remember what it was. to lower, that's what it is. If to lower username equals okay. Let's say stripped lower username is to lower of that. That's in system abstractions. All right, so it's going to be for const auto entry, blacklist entry. In the blacklist, if strip, I wonder why it's IntelliSense is not helping me out. Return false. We fall through, return true. Actually, no, this probably could be improved by using a set, right? Oh, you know why I do this? I do it because it's an old habit. It used to be in C++, if you had like, what would be a good example? Let's say I didn't have those spaces and I wanted to make a map of vectors. Like that. It used to be that this token would be interpreted as a shift right token and it wouldn't compile. So I just got into the habit of making that part of my white space style is to put spaces on the inside of that construct. So you don't need it anymore. Modern C++, you can do that totally fine, right? I don't even need that space. You know, it's harder. I think it's harder to read. It does help me out to read it a little bit better. So that's maybe one reason I'm keeping it. But I should really be using a set here, because it's more efficient to just say return that the blacklist.find of the stripped lower username is not equal to blacklist end. And I need to make sure I do have it set included. All right. Okay, so that should work, right? Hey there, Montreal Chris Lee. Hold on, I missed some conversation. Why in C++? Oh, the game is in React, but so the game is mostly in C++ actually, and in Lua. The game predominantly is going to be the backend. So 90% of the game is going to be here. The client is really just a viewer for the game from the perspective of a player. So you can think of it as a thin client. So this is mostly going to be actually as much Lua as I can put in there, because Lua is going to be very easy to change. But the compiled part will be C++. Yeah, I'm gonna try and minimize the amount of React stuff I have. Mostly because it's a multiplayer game. The more stuff I put into the client, the more difficult it will be to make the game experience coherent on the server, right? Also, it lets you cheat too much. The orchestrator, all it does is it starts and stops these Realm servers. Realm server is when you see Realm, think of game. It just makes sure that the game servers are running. It's a bad pattern people fall into to use. Hold on. You've written tons of C++ and you find it hard to use anything. You find it hard to use for anything using HTTP protocols. Yeah, well, I ended up writing my own HTTP protocol handler, so I did it on stream. That was the initial goal of my stream, is to make my own web server. Just because it was fun for me. Well, I need this to be a separate executable, basically. I want it to be simple so that it doesn't have a lot of responsibility, and so it is less likely to crash. This doesn't do scaling. This is just doing fault tolerance. So this is literally an implementation. No, take that back. One of the concerns within this server is fault tolerance. It's the Raft server. And why we have multiples in it is to conform to that algorithm that you have to have multiple servers. But I'm not doing any kind of scaling for this. I guess how it would scale is I would break the game up into separate realms and have a different cluster for different worlds, basically. I would scale it. And if let's say one world got popular, I could scale it by having copies, just like they do in MMOs, right? Yeah, so right now, the only reason I have multiple servers is for the consensus algorithm. The way it's partitioned is very simple. Each server has its own copy of everything, which is also a requirement or a byproduct, or it's by nature of the Raft algorithm, right? Each server has its own copy of the game journal. This is what Raft requires, right? That's the whole point of it, is we're replicating this state. So since they all have their own copy of the journal, they also have their own copy of everything else, including all the keys. The keys could be different because these could be running on different hosts. So they could be running different versions of the game code. So it's very simple. Data partitioned into separate little sandbox directory for each server. Oh, in memory? Yeah. This, like right now, there's no players database because each time the server is started, the journal is replayed in memory. So there's a players table in memory constructed from the commands to create players and to change the passwords. The only thing that I persist besides the journal right now are the configuration file, the security keys, and Raft requires this much to be persisted. What term we're in, who we voted for, whether we voted or not. So right now it's only minimum persistence. Mostly because I haven't settled on how I want to persist stuff. I don't know if I want a database or I want to have my own serialization or what. It most likely will become a database, and so this journal is really just feeding into a database. And the journal, when it reaches multiple gigs, there's something in the algorithm for Raft called snapshotting. So what you do is, let's say you say, by the time it gets to 100 entries, we consolidate entries 1 through 100 into a single mega entry that we then offload to another file called a snapshot. So that's what I probably will have to do as well. Thanks for the follow, Rough Bits. You packed it into a database? Yeah. I don't know about RocksDB, but I'm always open to read about stuff. I'll read about it. By the way, in my notebook, if you want to see if I actually looked up something, I try to put it in the follow-up section, or I put it in the notes. If I have time, I try to get through all these ideas and at least look them up. What's this? Ah, another link. Thank you very much. I eagerly try to learn stuff. Raft was sort of a pain. It took me a couple weeks to get just election, replication, and configuration working. I haven't done snapshotting or there's a strict client read-only requirement of sequencing requirement. I haven't done that either. Hoping I don't need to. This needs a colon, doesn't it? Split brain? Are you talking about the partitioning problem? Or are you talking about having two clusters needing to coordinate? The Raft author, the Raft creator, Diego Ongaro, does talk about the problems of partitioning, where you have your server cluster is split in half and you end up having 2 leaders, but it's supposed to resolve itself when it reconnects to itself. What happens when you have 5 get partitioned? Most likely you end up with neither partition has a majority, and so neither can progress. But you could have like a subset of 2 get split off from a subset of 3, and that 2 could have the previous leader. So the new subset of 3 could have a second leader. You'll have 2 leaders running for a while, but as soon as they reconnect to each other, they'll discover the new leader, and the old leader steps down. But you will have that's where that client sequencing issue comes in. If a client comes in and asks the two server partition for information, that subcluster might say, sure, we've updated something, but maybe it's because it's behind. It's been deposed by the 3 server cluster. It gets complicated. It's hard for me to even describe it. But I'm hoping to avoid that by most of the time we won't have partitioning in the cluster. If we do, you might see a temporary hiccup. You might see a jump in the game, like what you see. Let's say you must have seen this if you've played games like Minecraft where there's lag. You'll break a block. You'll see the block broken and have ejected a piece of dirt, and then all of a sudden the server says, "Uh-oh, you didn't break that block," and the block will actually magically reappear, and the drop will be gone. I might be willing to accept stuff like that. Stream still running? Yeah. So Raft lets you. Raft ensures that you can only progress when a majority of the cluster has confirmed that it has an entry. So if you were to partition, the minority partition wouldn't be able to commit any of its entries, right? Because it just wouldn't hear back from the majority of the cluster. So it could be appending entries, but then it's going to have to roll them all back when it rejoins the other partition. Anyway, it's really fascinating stuff that I only barely grasp because I'm not an algorithm designer. I'm an implementer. I'm heavily leveraging Diego's work to make sure that the consensus works in all corner cases. All right, so we're going to run this again and see it pass, right? No, it failed. Okay, it's failing for the good ones. I think the good ones are being rejected. Hold on, something's weird is happening. Even the bad. Oh, did I have this inverted? I think I might have had it inverted. Yeah, it's inverted. Oh, I'm sorry for the PTSD. Well, this is my first experience trying to make a distributed system, so I hope to learn a lot. You know, you only really learn the best when you make failures. I hope to learn from my failures and improve on this after I failed a few times. Okay, so now we shouldn't be able to register bad names. And I do a lot of learning from you guys, by the way, so I really appreciate the feedback. It's better to be told that I'm doing something wrong and then research it later and say, oh yeah, he was right, than it would be for me to follow down a path that's wrong and then learn really late that it was wrong. So I do appreciate your feedback. I actually had that problem with Raft rebooting. If your journal is really long and you have a server that you add to the cluster that doesn't have the journal, it has to basically download the entire journal from one of its peers, and that can take a while. That's where you really want to have the snapshotting, right? Okay, we're gonna try this on the real cluster. So actually, I'm gonna preserve. Let's see if this works. I should stage does not blow away the journal, and then serve reruns it. So it replays. So it's in term 3. It didn't lose the previous stuff. So that means the accounts I had are still there. So I can again correct battery horse staple, right? This is gonna get annoying that I have to enter a good password. Making sure I didn't break anything. Okay. So one thing I can actually overwrite accounts right now, which I shouldn't allow in the real game, but so I can do that and just register them again. Make sure that this still works. Okay, now we'll try with a bad username. So correct password, okay, CAPTCHA, but we'll try admin. Bad username, there we go. Try again with underscores. Cool. But if I do XX, it should work, right? Yay. Cool. I like it. Hmm. That's cool. So you used a database. I see. Cool. All right, this is working. So I'm done with that. I can check it in. Yay! I don't know if I'll get to the last task of the day because I'm kind of running low on time. I need to check on sick people, give them lunch, and then make myself some food, and then I can't really do that while I'm streaming, right? Okay, so we're checking this. What was up there? Oh, that's fine. Yep, almost to 4 hours. Tuesdays, I sometimes have to start late because of school schedule. I have to drive a carpool of kids to school, and they start late on Tuesdays. So, we're reject obviously bad usernames upon registration. Don't allow admin or root. Don't allow single characters or empty string. Don't allow anything outside A to Z 09 or underscore. And yeah, I guess that's it for now, right? Okay, I get to move the card off, right? Yay! Another thing done. Done. Okay, I don't think I'm gonna get to this today. That's gonna be I'll have to put that into tomorrow. It is different task anyway. What do we do when we're getting hammered by bad login attempts? And that kind of there's a couple other things that falls into, right? So I might add more cards for tomorrow that deal with mitigating DOS attacks, right? So making lots of WebSocket connections, opening a WebSocket, sending a huge message, opening a WebSocket and keeping it open for a long time. Yeah, exponential backoff is one way. I think I had that in there. No, I didn't. Let's put some ideas in here. Some ideas. Exponential backoff. So temporary account, temporarily lock account. Another idea would be to the more traditional way, right? Lock account after a certain number of bad login attempts. What's the max length for usernames? There isn't one. So that's part of the DOS thing too, right? I need to set a max length. Well, there will be a max length for messages in general, actually, but that can be kind of high. I need to remember this. So, hold on. Let's save this. I should put that in there, right? As a feature. Limit the length of player provided strings. So some of these would be username. Password is okay because that gets hashed. But in general, any single message. And they'll probably add more later, right? Serve a CAPTCHA for login. I kind of didn't want to do that because I thought it would annoy people. I don't know, what do you guys think? Is CAPTCHA annoying to you? Would you be annoyed if the login had a CAPTCHA? Right now, the CAPTCHA is only for new account registration. I could add the CAPTCHA for login as well. I just thought it would be too annoying. Only a CAPTCHA account. Oh, that's a good idea. I like that. I like that. That's award worthy. Thank you, Ach. Actually, was that the one I wanted? Yes, it was along with this one. I like that idea. Let's write that down. That's here, right? So let's edit this. Introduce reCAPTCHA after a certain number of bad login attempts. I like that idea. Yeah, that's the whole point, is to slow things down. What we're trying to mitigate with denial of service is the denial of service, right? So if we can slow it down enough so that legitimate players can still get in, then that's good enough. But, you know, other ideas would be to block the IP. That's in the DOS section. I had that in a different card. And again, I can't claim to be an expert at all in this, but you know, I'm a novice. But here are some ideas. Drop the connection if there's no if they're not authenticated with us within a certain amount of time. Drop for too large frames. If the receive message frequency is too high, ban them if there are too many drop connections. Lift the ban after a certain amount of time has passed, and that time could be, and again, an exponential back off as well. These are just my novice ideas on how to do it. So probably I'll get to the, I might get into that card tomorrow along with the, actually let me just move it to the top then so I can see it easier. Along with the, this one. And that's security as well, right? Security. Yep, almost to my limit. I'll just start spamming these commands so you know. My usual schedule is from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. Pacific. In the meantime, I have a Discord channel. I try to put the cards for what I'm doing in the next stream up here before I stream, like the night before, and I also will add a notebook page. So there'll be a 114 notebook page tonight sometime. So it'll probably be that plus these two. Actually, if you guys don't mind, I'll just think about the planning right now so you'll know what I'm doing. So I don't want to bite off too much. What if I say we'll do that, and we'll try to do all that, but might not get all of them done? So about 4 hours for me. Yeah, let's say that's what I'll be. So if any of this sounds interesting, come back tomorrow. If it's not interesting, there's plenty of stuff on Twitch. I don't mind. And if you're interested in seeing the game dev, again, it probably won't be for another couple weeks. But when we do get there, I'll be really trying to get a lot of your feedback. And I want to try to tie it into the stream somehow, like reward people who are interacting in the channel, give them special access in the game. I mean, you'll probably get a token that you never have to pay for the game. But you'll probably get other perks as well. I need to try to flesh out some of those ideas. But that won't be for another couple weeks. So if you're just looking for game stuff, it'll be in a couple weeks. Yeah, you're coming in at the end. Sorry, Captain. My captain. I'm almost worn out. I do not have marketing ideas yet, but I am collecting a lot of information. Here, let me, not in that notebook. Here, I have it. Let me find my off-stream secret notebook. There was a great, hold on, let me find it. There was a great link someone sent in Adam's channel, and I should have written down who it was, because it was a great idea and I wanted to give them credit for it. But someone linked this one in Adam's channel, and it's like a huge list of marketing ideas for indie games. And there's like posts linked from there from like the creator of Crypt of the Necrodancer, who talked about like how he successfully came up with like a couple different game ideas about game hooks and about getting games noticed. And so that's what I'm probably going to be researching for marketing ideas. Yeah. So, yeah, I gotta end the stream now because I'm really hungry and I have to make lunch for 2 sick family members. So, I'll leave that up for a second and I'm gonna go off stream here to check out who we can host. Who can we raid? Thank you very much. Hey there, Tech Stack. I'm just about to host someone. Are you streaming? Or is someone else here going to stream soon? I see Pocket Watch is streaming. So is Handmade Hero. Handmade Hero, though, has got a huge community that I haven't really hung out there very much. I see Incarni. There's a couple other people. Well, I would host Tech Stack if he was streaming. Let's just say that. I don't know. How about Zacox? Or Incarni? Incarni's playing Kingdom Hearts 3. Let me peek and see what Zach is doing. I have to watch an ad. Hold on. Stupid ads. I should... I'm torn about whether or not to block. I really shouldn't block Twitch ads because I'm a supporter of Twitch, right? But I'm forced to watch a Twitch ad to see if the streamer is still going. Just a moment. It's a Kingdom Hearts 3 ad, by the way. It doesn't look like he's actually working on a game right now, so who else? Indeed. Well, I could show you guys, what do you guys want to see? Another game dev? I guess we could just host Bowhead. Or Pocket Watch. Yeah, let's do that. I feel like that. So I'm going to raid Pocket Watch. He is also working on a game in C++, and he actually has a game, so he's a little bit better, further ahead than I am. And he's working in a team of 2. And so I hope you'll enjoy Pocket Watch. I will see you guys tomorrow. Let's set this up here. All right. Hope you guys enjoyed. See you guys tomorrow. Enjoy Pocket Watch. Thank you very much.